go. Let's go. Let's go.
Hello, everyone. Hi, hello, it's me again. Sorry about my dairy. Oh, add a fucking wiggle seal already. Holy shit. Hi, Ziga. Hello. I have a son.
I just like the. I just like the. Sorry about that. It's me again.
Back by unpopular demand. Me. Here's my son. My son. He is sick. But hello, everyone. We are doing. Hang on, let me turn on the spooky music. Oh, it's too loud. A wiggle boy. But yes, in the spirit of spooky month, we are reading some spooky, scary stories right now. So, do you guys want to introduce yourselves?
I have social anxiety.
That is understandable.
Does anyone want to go first? Don't make me go first.
It's either you or me.
Yeah. Oh, here, I'll introduce myself. Hello, my name is Seppi. I'm a seal. I hope you know this. You're in my stream. I'm doing spooky stories today, and I'm here with...
I'm Damon Resnick. I play a variety of games on stream, and I have been known to have a very good voice, which is why I've been invited here.
It is true.
Well, hi, I'm Zach. I was also invited here. Actually, no, I kind of asked to be here.
That is fine.
Yeah, that's the same for me too.
I accepted you.
But I mainly play horror games on my channel.
Hell
Usually
yeah.
pretty badly.
That is
very
fine. That is what
badly,
horror games are
actually.
for.
But
Tis
I
the
never
season.
get scared. I'm literally physically incapable of getting scared.
That is fair. You have the unpiss yourself potion.
Yeah, exactly that.
It can go for an infinite number of hours. But
It never ends.
we have a few stories lined up. We might have some extra stories depending on if anybody else would like to pull up ones that they think about or they know or whatever. It's kind of a free form thing, and I'm not trying to sound like an art college professor. I'm literally saying we're just going to be reading stories. Because it's spooky month, baby.
You're just like, this is all we got.
Yeah. There's really no nuance to all of this. We're just
Yeah.
reading scary stories. Ah! Ooh! Ziga! Ow! I swear to God. Stop. Stop.
Damn, I wasted all my
Ready the
points.
cannons.
Fuck. Alright. Now. Ziga! Anyway. We might as well just start off. I guess since it's my channel, I'll do the solid and be the first one to read.
Well, I was gonna ask, like, how is this gonna
DMC.
work? Is this gonna be like a, it's all like one story that one person reads, or is it like kind of like we read specific
I think it's just
points
gonna
each?
I think
Round
if we
robin.
do, if we do round robin, and if we, unless there are specifically ones that are in the format of like a character-based
dialogue.
story. Yeah. And I got water all over me. Cool. I love it. Very
Wet?
good.
I feel like I love
Big
having
wet.
luck with all.
I mean, I'm a seal. Like, I don't mind it, but it's just like, not now.
I've never actually seen a seal in water.
You're missing out.
I've only ever seen them on land.
That's fair. Mind your business.
Seals are the ones where they clap their hands and they're like, "Arr, arr." That's a seal, right?
Some
Hopping
of them.
along.
What?
Just hopping along.
Yeah, they're bouncing.
You need an emote of Round Seppi just bouncing like that video.
I do. I need that. Oh
I
no.
love that. I like that ass shaking emo. I need one like that myself.
Oh yeah, the booty. That one's not
Don't
even
be.
my booty one. Where's my booty one? Hang on.
Someone's looking at someone else's booty
There
in
we
your
go.
chat. Oh wait, never mind.
That's me looking at someone else's
Ew,
booty.
what is that one?
That's me.
I love that. I love that face. Fuck.
Alright, let's get fucking spooky. So I'm gonna go ahead and do the first one, and then I have more in the repertoire, but if y'all at any point have ones that you would like to pull up, that is cool as well. We're just gonna kind of roll with it.
I'm ready.
All right.
I was gonna say, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, all right. Hang on, let me turn the music down a little bit. Y'all let me know if the music is too loud on stream. Cause I don't want to be reading and you can't hear me. I think
Double check your levels, everybody.
Again.
Alright.
If you're a streamer, make sure that Windows never messed with your audio settings.
That is true. Okay, y'all can't. Okay. Hang on. Let's do that. Okay, there we go. Anyway. Okay, so this happened when I was around 9 years old, 25 now, and it's something I will never forget. It gives me goosebumps to this day. I live in a terraced house, 4 houses combined, and my neighbors and I each have our own little patio. There's a small road 10 meters from my yard where people do their Sunday walks and so on. Only a small fence separates my small yard and patio from that road. I live in a pretty crowded area with several of these terraced houses spread around in my neighborhood, so seeing people walk on that road is pretty normal for me. Seeing random people standing on my patio is not. When I was 9, I usually got home from school about an hour before my mom got home from work. I lived maybe 50 meters away from school, so my mom figured I was mature enough to be at home alone for around an hour before she got home. This one day I got home from school. I did the usual thing, which was to make sure I locked the front door and double-checked that the back door leading to the patio was also locked. I was 9. Being alone was a little scary, even though it was in the middle of the day and only for 1 hour. Then I rushed to my room upstairs to play as much PlayStation as possible before my mom came home and made me do homework. While
Like
playing...
Crash Bandicoot?
Oh, fuck yeah, Crash Bandicoot. Let's go. While playing, I heard this noise coming from outside my window. My room was located on one floor over the patio, with a view to the road I told you about before. It was kinda like the sound of a cat, but my cat had been missing for over 3 months. Hope sparked and I thought, OMG, did he finally come back? I ran downstairs to check if it was my cat, but the sight that met me gives me goosebumps just writing this. There was a guy standing on my patio. A tall guy with black hair covering half of his eyes, making him look like a male version of the Ring Woman or something. I could hear him making high-pitched sounds, almost like a cat meowing. Brown liquid was running down from his mouth, and I could see him spitting out my dad's stomped cigarettes. He was actually eating from the ashtray. I was frozen observing this, eventually snapped out of it, and screamed so loud that the man must have heard it. He didn't react. He kept on eating from the ashtray. I ran upstairs to my room. What was it?
I said he's hungry.
Yeah, he's just fucking hungry, dude. Locked the door and called my mom, who then called the cops. I've never been more terrified in my life. Laying in bed under my sheets, shivering with fear, as I hear these creepy high-pitched noises from the guy eating cigarette stumps from the ashtray on my patio. I kind of blacked out for a moment, because the next thing I remember is the police arriving on the road by my yard. I hear them talking to the guy, saying stuff like, "What are you doing? Get over here, we will come down and arrest you," and so on. He didn't respond, but the high-pitched sound was more frequent and louder. I decided to look through the window, feeling safe now that the cops were there. I could see 2 police officers standing by my fence, 1 man and 1 woman. I did not see the creepy man, however, because he was standing directly 1 story under me, and my field of view. The police jumped the fence. I remember hearing the creepy guy screaming louder than anything I've ever heard before. He charged the female police officer with full force, and he fucking knocked her out cold. The male officer then immediately tased the guy, leaving him shaking on the ground, screaming still. The policeman struggled to keep him on the ground while putting handcuffs on him, but eventually made it. After a while, he managed to wake up the female police officer, who seemed to be badly hurt. He called for backup and an ambulance, and then he sees me standing in the window above him. The expression on my face must have been something else, because he just looked at me and said, "I sure as hell hope you didn't see all that." I started to cry. By this time, the neighbors started to arrive, wondering what the hell was going on. One of my neighbors, an elderly woman, made me come down, and she took care of me until my mom came back home. The police took the creepy guy with them in the car and left. Before they left, they promised to come back and talk to us about what had happened. This is where the story takes an unexpected turn. The male police officer came back later that night and sat down with me and my mom to talk. He explained that the guy on my patio was actually diagnosed with severe autism. He had escaped a facility where mentally challenged people lived, located around 5 kilometers from where I live. He explained to me that the guy had actually been living in my house 5 years ago, but he had been forced to move out when his mom, his only caretaker, died. The poor guy probably thought he would find his mom in my house. He missed the routines, and he missed living there with his mom. The police had to move him from the house that time 5 years ago. Because he was extremely strong, from what I heard, and he had extreme tensions in the body because of the autism, making his muscles grow stronger and stronger throughout the years. This was the reason he reacted the way he did when the police came this day. Still, frightened, I told the police officer that he needed to make sure that this would never happen again. He promised it wouldn't. After a few sleepless nights, my life got back to normal. The years went by and the guy didn't come back. Until 1 year ago. At this time, my mom and dad had moved out. I bought the house from them, and I'm still living there today. I was enjoying my morning coffee on the patio when I see this random guy stomping on the road by my fence. He just stand there, looking at me. I look at him and give him a nod, and then I hear the high-pitched noises. Holy shit, it's him. His hair had turned gray, but the high-pitched sounds made me realize. My heart started racing, and I instantly remembered the reason why he was back. I realized he must have managed to escape again because I kept my cool a little bit longer when I was 9. I started to realize how sorry I felt for the guy. 16 years later, and he was back to look for his mom. I decided to carefully ask him if he wanted to come down to the patio. He instantly jumped the fence. I started to think he would knock me out like he did to that police officer. He didn't. He smiled. He looked at me and smiled. I offered him to sit down. He didn't respond. I offered him to come inside. He started laughing. We went inside. His face lit up, pure joy. He was home. It reminded him of the life he had with his mom. It almost made me tear up. All of a sudden, I sat down in my couch, turned on my TV, and switched directly to the cartoons. I observed him for a little while. He was just completely focused on the cartoons. I just wanted him to enjoy the moment, so I didn't say anything to him. I realized I had to call the facility and let them know. The caretakers arrived 10 minutes later. After a lot of convincing, he got back up, crying, and they went back to the facility. I called the facility 2 days later. We made a deal. His name is Tom, and I now consider Tom my friend. Every Sunday from the day he returned, Tom and his caretakers visit me to watch cartoons. They say it's the highlight of his week. It makes my heart warm. Now, for several years, my thoughts were, let's not meet guy on my patio eating from the ashtray. Now my thoughts are, let's meet every Sunday to watch cartoons, my friend Tom.
Aw, that's actually really wholesome.
Yeah.
Heartwarming.
Like, that wasn't scary at all. That was just like, poor guy.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's depressing. That's like oddly depressing and wholesome.
Yeah. It's like a bittersweet. Let me grab another one from the links that I have. Who would like to go next?
I mean, I guess we'll just go in order. Or like, I
What's
guess
the
we'll
order?
Yeah, what's the order?
Yeah, yeah,
I
I'm
know
gonna
it's
say,
me.
what is the order? I guess it like depends on like we pick which ones we think would be interesting.
Alright,
want a
next
spooky
one is my brother saw a ghost as a kid. 2 decades later, I realized what he actually saw.
Are they all about like the same length-ish?
This one's medium length.
Okay. I mean,
Medium.
Medium.
did you want to take
What
this
does that
one,
even
David?
mean? I could go either way. Do you want to like flip a coin or something?
Cool, we're flipping a coin. Flip
I
a
was gonna do- I was just gonna,
coin.
like, flip something
Google.
random.
Heads is Damon, tails is Zach. Alright, Damon,
me.
it's you.
Hey,
Alright.
I was gonna flip my
About-
bed.
Okay. I was about 7 years old. My brother about 10. It was well past our bedtime when our mom woke up off the couch to put us to bed. My dad worked construction out of town back then, so it was often just us three at the house for weeks at a time. Up the stairs and to the immediate right was our parents' bedroom. Going left puts you in the middle of a hallway, and taking another left down that hallway led to my brother's room. The opposite end was my room, which was also across the hall from our upstairs bathroom. At either end of the hallway are windowed doors that we always kept locked, rarely used. I never liked windowed doors. That's a bad idea.
Yeah.
The door on my end led to a balcony overlooking our front yard, and the door on my brother's end opened to our back porch. The house kind of leans into a small hill. My brother and mom both had a habit of waking up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom. I only knew this because I was always a light sleeper, and they couldn't help flushing with the door wide open. This night, however, my brother stopped on his way to his room and came back towards the bathroom. I'm gonna try to pee before I go to bed. The past few nights I've been too afraid to walk to the bathroom. I keep seeing a man wearing stripes at the end of the hallway. I don't know if my mom wore it. I don't know if my mom wore it. I don't know if my mom wrote it off. I don't know if my mom wrote it off as my brother telling ghost stories to try to scare me, or if she was already half asleep and didn't catch it. But she didn't react at all to my brother's confession. I, on the other hand, was terrified by it. The fear of seeing a ghost like that at the end of the hallway or through the windows is the reason I started running from the stairs to my bedroom at night. Years later, when I was about 18, my mom and I were having a conversation in her car about a dog that we had for a very short time when I was little. We were sharing stories about Max's tendency towards destroying my shoes and other unruly behaviors when my mom blurted out, "Do you remember that time I opened the front door for the cops and Max ran inside to the kitchen and started tearing open that big bag of dog food we had?" This really caught me by surprise, because in all the years I lived in that house, we never once called the cops. Gun owner family in a quiet, rural West Virginia neighborhood, etc. I asked her what she was talking about, and she looked equally surprised if she had just revealed something by accident. "Oh, that's right. I never told you because you were too young at the time. One night I woke up hearing noises outside my window. When I looked, I saw a man staring into my bedroom." Casually dropped that. She went on to describe how turning on the lights caused him to take off running, and how she grabbed my dad's pistol before calling the cops. I can't remember all the details I gave them when they showed up. Tall white male, wearing a striped shirt and jeans, short dark hair, something like that. They say it matched the description of a man they were looking for in the area. Turns out he escaped from jail on a murder charge. Now, I know it sounds so obvious hearing these two stories back to back, but it wasn't until a few years ago in my mid-20s that I pieced together that my brother had unknowingly warned us about a murderer who spent multiple nights casing our home.
Jeez. Also, Zagger the Dagger, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the ISOL, motherfucker.
I feel like a lot of these Let's Not Meets. We're 2 for 2 on Escape the...
Yeah.
There's a common theme here.
Escapees.
Let's do this one next then. Zach, it's your turn.
Yeah, Random. I was gonna say
Front and
random
center.
thing since we're like mentioning like escapees and stuff like that. Like,
Yeah.
City story. At my old job, my old job was literally right across the street from like a mental asylum.
Mm-hmm.
And like I would go out and take the trash out at night, and I would like see the windows and everything like light up. I didn't like see anybody or anything, but it was always kind of like interesting to me.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, and like there was like the store, and then there was like woods, and then you would see the building behind the woods, and I was like, I always had the thought of like, what if there's like someone just chilling out in these woods right now?
Oof.
Yeah, it always kind of was like creepy to think about in a way, because it's a fucking mental asylum. Like that shit's scary.
Yeah, I just feel bad for all the patients.
Well, I mean, not all of them. There are some that probably do deserve to be there.
I mean, mental asylums were usually filled
It
with...
was not a great place to be.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and a lot of people weren't there by choice.
Oh, I mean,
who-
definitely. I'm not
Yeah.
saying like otherwise, but
Yeah.
The
there's
family
at least a
decides.
few cases where like there's probably some fucked up people in there.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
That's more what I meant. So what's this one? I survived a mass shooting at a movie theater, based on a true story.
I mean,
It doesn't say
Verified epic. Verified
fuck
epic.
yeah!
it's epically
Verified epic.
All right. This happened to me 4 years ago. By far the most extreme and life-threatening situation I've been in. Eyewitness account you are about to read is 100% true, and is mine. Hey, I was right. It is based on a true story. For some understanding, this happened in the United States. Where else? It was the summer of 2012. My longtime boyfriend and I had recently gotten married. Even though we were dirt poor college students and lived in a dinky apartment, we were having a blast. That particular summer, we gathered with our friends at the local movie theater, and almost every weekend. There was just one down the street from our apartment that had really cheap movie tickets. Night out that was under $10 was certainly within our budget. Anyway, one Thursday night, I received a call from this group of friends inviting us to watch the midnight premiere of the newest Batman movie. I had just finished working a 12-hour shift and was pretty tired. I almost refused the invitation and thought of crashing in my apartment instead. However, I didn't want to miss out on the fun. And it was a movie I'd wanted to see for a while anyway. Certainly it wouldn't do any harm to stay up later than usual and miss a few hours of sleep, right? At 10:30 p.m. we met at the theater. We passed large cardboard cutouts of Catwoman and Batman as we walked inside, greeted by the smell of buttery popcorn and the chatter of excited moviegoers. The ticket booth was to the right of the entrance, and just above that was an electronic list of movies being played. The 12 a.m. showing of The Dark Knight Rises was displayed up there in bright red letters. Being paranoid that the tickets would sell out quickly, one of my friends swung by earlier that day and purchased tickets for all of us. We bypassed the ticket line and went straight to the ticket taker. She smiled at us and kindly directed us to Theater 9, which was on the right side of the lobby. Oh!
Oh.
If only I had
Jackie.
known what. If only I had known what I do now. Oh wait, I'm sorry. If only I had known what I do know now. That among the crowds, a killer was lurking. That as I walked across that tacky red and purple carpet towards Theater 9, could have been walking my death. Think about it often now. What I would have done if I had known. Pulled the fire alarm, called the police, screamed for people to run away. But of course, I had no way of knowing what was about to happen. Oblivious to the peril I was putting myself in. Pushed open the doors for Theater 9 without giving it a second thought. The hallway in the theater was shaped like a U, and you can go either left or right. Theater 9 was the largest screening room in the building, perfect for accommodating the crowds that midnight premieres brought in. The screen was motionless and gray. Not even the previews had started yet, because there was still a good hour and a half to go until the movie actually started. We entered on the right side, so all of the seats were to our left. I remember being surprised at just how packed the theater already was. Just about every seat was filled, much to our dismay. First, it seemed like they wouldn't find a spot to sit together. Now that this way the theater was set up, there was a section of seats right in front of the screen. This area was flat. There was about 5 rows of seating in this section. A lot of seats in that section were empty, but sitting right in front of the movie screen sucks, and none of us wanted to sit there. One of my friends then spotted a row with 5 empty seats all next to each other, perfect for the amount of people we had. These seats were about 3-4 rows up from where the seating row starts to elevate. We ran up the stairs before someone could take the seats and filled in. My husband, Brock, sat in the fifth seat. I sat next to him. My friend Samantha sat next to me on my right side. Her boyfriend, Tommy, sat next to her, and another friend named Leo sat in his aisle seat. We spent the next several minutes casually chatting, joking around, and laughing. After a while, my three friends went to the lobby to buy drinks and that addicting movie theater popcorn. While they were gone, Brock and I passed the time by people watching. The theater was bright since the lights weren't dimmed yet, and I could see everyone clearly. There was a lot of people dressed in Batman t-shirts and hoodies. One person even had a mask and one of those shirts with an attached cape. There was a lot of kids in attendance as well, which wasn't surprising because even though it was a Thursday night, it was summer vacation, so that meant no school the next day. Of all the people I saw, the person I will never forget was the little girl sitting in the same row a few chairs away. She was really cute, blonde with blue eyes, and passed us several times on her way to the lobby, each time coming back with various snacks and popcorn. Overall, people seemed very excited to see the movie, and the room was filled with energy and laughter. After what seemed like an eternity of waiting, the lights started to dim and the previews began. Just like every movie I've seen before, a quick animation flashed across the screen reminding us to get refreshments from the lobby. We were already devouring that popcorn like ravenous animals. To silence our cell phones and to make sure we know where the emergency exits are. The animation had this ugly CGI cat in a tuxedo that was sitting in a movie theater. I casually glanced at the bright screen emergency exit signs that were on the left and right sides of the movie screen. I didn't think much of the reminder, like usual. After that, I only remember one preview for The Man of Steel. The others I'm not sure what they were about. When the movie started, the theater erupted in cheering and clapping. The title of the movie, The Dark Knight Rises, exploded into the screen. This was followed by the scene where Bane is hijacking a plane. I thought the scene was pretty cool and it caught my interest right away. Only when the movie started to get a little less interesting did I remember how tired I was. I decided I would close my eyes at the more boring parts to get a little rest. I had been awake for 20 hours at that point, so I was rightfully sleepy. My eyes were closed for most of the duration of Batman and Catwoman's encounter. Don't really remember what was going on in that part of the movie. Perhaps some of you have seen it and know what I'm talking about. Anyway, when I opened my eyes again, Bruce Wayne was on his computer digging up information on Catwoman. This was the last scene I saw. I never got to watch the rest of the movie. All of a sudden, a loud bang erupted from this left side of the theater. I sort of screamed a little because it startled me. A strange smell started to fill the auditorium. It was like the smell of a firework. So I thought it was a cherry bomb or something similar. Had someone thrown fireworks into the crowd as a prank? Then, down near the right of the side of the movie screen, the dark silhouette of a person caught my attention. They were just a black frame against a bright movie screen. A series of flashing lights was coming from this person. It was a weird moment where time literally slowed down and everything went strangely quiet. I was completely frozen, unable to move, and really unable to think at all. It was like my brain had stopped working entirely. Brock caught on immediately as to what was happening and he grabbed me. He pulled me to the ground and laid on top of me, shielding me with his own body. At this point in time, and sound returned to me. I could hear the gunshots ringing across the theater. People were screaming, the movie was still playing on top of it all, creating a chaotic explosion of sound. I realized the flashing lights I had seen were bullets flying out of a gun barrel. An instant sensation of adrenaline flooded my body. There was absolutely nothing I could do except lay there and hope to God that one of the bullets I had heard ripping through the seats and walls wouldn't go through me, too. At one point, shrapnel hit my head, cutting off a good chunk of my hair. As I reached for the spot to make sure it was bleeding, a hot piece of metal fell into my hand. I was lying face up so I could see everything that was happening. The lights from a still-playing movie danced across the ceiling and walls. Friends were on the floor with me. Our unfinished bucket of popcorn was spilled all across the floor. Leo had his legs sticking out to the aisle because there wasn't enough room for him to hide, completely behind the seats. At some point, Samantha's water bottle, which had been the cup holder between our seats, exploded. Water splashed all over my face. The smell of gun smoke was overwhelming. Riot-grade tear gas made me cry and caused me to cough uncontrollably. There was another smell, too. The horrific metallic smell of blood that I'll never forget. I remember my lower body feeling wet all of a sudden. For some reason, I thought this came from a leaking water bottle, but I soon realized this wasn't the case. All of a sudden, things went strangely quiet. Bullets had stopped for some reason. Tommy shouted, "Let's get out of here!" We took advantage of the opportunity and made a run for it. We ran down the stairs across from the front screen towards a bright green exit sign. We crammed into a small closet-like space where the door was It was so dark that we had a hard time finding it. We were screaming and slamming into the walls trying to find the door, blinded by the tear gas and dumbfounded by shock. Then finally my hands felt the metal door handle and I pushed against it with all my strength. The door flew open and the light of a nearby street light flooded our eyes. We pushed against the door so hard that we all fell over to the concrete. Samantha lost her pink flip-flops just outside this doorway. As I scrambled to my feet, I literally ran for my life. I realized my legs were red, absolutely soaked with blood. It was like I dipped my legs into a bathtub full of it. I checked my body all over and realized I wasn't injured at all. Where had this blood come from? I looked behind me and realized the blood was my husband's. He had been shot in the leg. Massive gaping hole had ripped through his lower half of Brock's right leg. His foot was barely hanging on and dangled lifelessly. Leo and a young man I didn't recognize were carrying Brock because after falling outside the door, he had lost all his strength and he couldn't walk. I was completely shocked. Had no idea he'd be injured, especially since he was right behind me the whole time and managed to escape the theater all by himself. How did he do it on one foot? I'll never know. At this point I screamed. My scream was so loud that it alerted nearby construction workers. At the back of the theater there was a narrow parking lot followed by a grassy lawn, and the street beyond that, the construction workers were doing road repair on the street. But as soon as they heard my scream and saw us running, they stopped working and watched what was going on. I'm not sure why this was such a vivid part of my memory. Anyway, they carried Brock alongside the back sidewalk all the way to the end, where the corner of the building is. This was quite a distance, several dozen feet. My husband then collapsed from exhaustion and pain, saying he couldn't move anymore. He laid down and a puddle of blood started to form beneath him. I looked back and realized we had left a trail of blood leading from the door all the way to the current position. I was trembling. I knelt beside Brock and glanced around to see who else was injured. Tommy had been shot in the knee and the hip, and was further away in the parking lot. The teenager who helped my husband was also injured. His dad and mom were with him. His mom was sitting against the wall and they looked like she was going to pass out. She was bleeding from several places. That family escaped at the same time we did. I guess they heard the bullets stop and decided to make a run for it too. We were all lucky because the shooting was still going on inside. I had to take off my shirt and use it to stop the bleeding. I'll never forget how lifeless and limp his leg felt, and I imagine that's what a dead body must feel like. I got all over my hands and arms. The police showed up really, really fast. I'd say we were only outside for a few minutes or two before the red and blue sirens filled the night and rushed to our location. We were literally a block away from the police station. A female officer stood by us the whole time until paramedics arrived, which took a very long time. Brock was one of the last to be taken to a hospital. He was bleeding out for almost 20 minutes before an ambulance pulled up the same street with the road work. At this point, he had become almost unresponsive and was on the verge of unconsciousness. Several massive guys rushed across the grass with a stretcher, loaded him onto it, and then ran him to the back of a waiting ambulance. I wasn't able to go with him because there was already another injured person in the ambulance and it was too crowded. Wandered around to the front of the theater alone, unsure of where my friends had went. My blood-stained shirt and a pool of blood were left behind on the counter of the sidewalk. Walking through the crowds felt like a dream. I couldn't believe what had just happened. People were in hysterics and crying. A lot of people such as me were covered in blood and like me, pretty sure the blood stain in their skin and clothes wasn't their own. A lot of people seemed to only notice how lonely and dazed I looked, so they kept me company and offered me a ride to different hospitals to find Brock, because I hadn't been told what hospital he was taken to. I hung around these people for a while as the police swarmed the area and asked what we saw inside the theater. The whole parking lot was on lockdown, and we weren't going to be allowed to leave anytime soon. It was only 2 a.m., or it was around 2 a.m., so it was very dark outside still, and I was pretty cold, only wearing an undershirt and shirts. The flashing red-blue lights of what seemed like 100 police cars were blinding. I remember seeing a big police vehicle pull up. They said something like crime scene investigation unit on it. I think that's when it really sank and hit me. I started to get sick in my stomach and wanted to vomit, but somehow I was able to hold it back. Eventually, police started letting people leave. I jumped into my truck and booked it out of there. I was in such a panic I didn't even think to go back to my apartment, grab my cell phone, which I had forgotten, and call my parents or someone else to help me. I was angry, upset, scared, and most of all still in a state of shock. Was I really going to lose Brock only a month shy of our first wedding anniversary because of some psychopath with a gun? Thankfully, by the time dawn rolled around, I found the hospital he was treated in. This was the next city over, maybe 45 minutes from the theater if you're going to speed limit. I was so happy to be there, and the hospital staff were all so welcoming and understanding. After making sure I wasn't injured at all, they let me wait in the ICU room that Brock would be placed in when he was done recovering from surgery. I was so glad he was alive. Brock and Tommy both had survived, though many others weren't so lucky. I found out the following day, after some much-needed sleep on a hospital couch, that 12 people were killed in the shooting and over 70 were injured. I remember they first thought 15 people were killed, but the real number was 12. The little blonde girl sitting in my row did not survive. She died in the theater no more than a few feet from us. She had been shot multiple times. A heartbroken police officer who cried during his court testimony tried unsuccessfully to save her by carrying her out of the theater and having her sent to a hospital. Tommy was rushed to a different hospital in the back of a police car. He underwent surgery and made full recovery. The bullet missed his hip bone and narrowly missed his urinary tract and bladder. According to the surgeons, my husband lost almost half his blood. Brock made it to the hospital just in time. Any later, and he would have died. He underwent several blood transfusions and was in the hospital for 21 days. The wound to his leg was severe enough that they had to amputate it after trying unsuccessfully to save it. It's been so long since the shooting happened that my husband, friends, and I have been able to recover from it somewhat. The event was pretty horrifying and left us scarred for sure. I wouldn't consider that part of the story to be creepy, though. No, the creepy part is the shooter himself. I later learned much about him from the murder trial that would follow in the coming years. Though my encounter with this man was very brief, it has affected my life greatly. Just to know that people like this exist is disturbing. He is certainly one twisted individual I never want to see again. Learned everything from watching television trials that took place in early 2015. This guy was going to school for neuroscience or something in California. Guess he was a pretty smart guy. However, for some reason he had obsession with killing people and had a stalker mentality. After dropping out of his university, he moved to my state and chose my local theater to commit a mass shooting. Before that, he was planning on hiding along remote hiking trails up in the mountains, jumping people, pulling them into the woods, and killing them there. Though he never went through with that idea, he stalked my theater for months and had this shooting all planned out for the night of July 20th. Though I never saw him before this, it's unnerving to think that this guy could have been watching us every time we went to the theater, and we would have never known it. We were completely unaware of what he had planned against us. This completely ruined my sense of security because who knows what the stranger next to you is planning on doing to you. I came very close to the shooter, but I never actually saw his face in person until I was forced to testify in court. Of course, I saw his mugshots on television, but while in the theater, I only saw him as a dark silhouette in the shadows, like a demonic figure rendered from the darkest and most sinister nightmare. He was even in the hallway that we had passed upon running from the emergency exit. The only thing stopping him from killing us there and then was his jammed assault rifle. To commit this crime, he ordered a few thousand rounds of ammunition, riot gear and armor, tear gas, an assault rifle, and a shotgun. He took pictures of himself which were shown in court wearing all this gear like some sick trophy and holding up these weapons with a menacing smile. He dyed his hair orange and put these creepy black contacts while making devilish faces in the camera. Something that made me sick just looking at. Before driving to the theater with all of his gear in his car, he booby-trapped his entire apartment and set it to explode if anyone opened the door. Then, once at the theater, he posed as a moviegoer and even brought a ticket to the movie. I think his ticket had Theater 8 on it, which was next door. But Theater 9 had more people in it, so he went into number 9 instead. He was in the few front rows. Must have passed him several times in the lobby while he was there. Maybe he had seen me too. At some point during the movie, he got up and went through the side exit, which didn't have an alarm for some reason. Kept it propped open with something, then went to his car, put all his armor, and grabbed his weapons. And he came back inside and started shooting. When we escaped the theater, we ran past his white car, which was parked right at the exit. We didn't even notice it. At some point, he came outside. He would have seen us there on the concrete. I don't know what stopped him from shooting people that were outside too, but he could have easily ended us there if he wanted to. I think the hardest part for me was facing this twisted individual in court. I'll never forget rising as they called my name, walking down the center row past my family, other survivors, and a crowd of news-hungry media personnel. I sat across from him, maybe only 10 feet away. While his orange hair was gone and he wasn't wearing black contacts, being so close to him was a creepy and uncomfortable feeling. My encounters with this man are certainly ones I'll never forget. I can say now that I've come face to face with a true deranged psychopath. Just had this blank stare in his eyes the whole time. If eyes truly are the windows to the soul, then his soul was filled with nothing but a cold indifference for those he had murdered and harmed. He wouldn't even look at me. Sitting across from him in court was the second time I had knowingly been in the same room with this man. A man who had tried to take my life, but thankfully failed. A man who would end up spending forever behind bars when at the end of it all, he was sentenced to 3,318 years in prison for his crimes. This is the man who tried to kill me. A man who has caused countless nightmares and fueled the fires for my paranoia. A man who hurt my friends and family, causing years of untold grief for my husband because he will never walk the same way again. A man who stole the innocence and joy from a 6-year-old child who went into that theater alive and came out dead. To the man who carried out the worst mass shooting in Colorado history. Let's not meet again, ever. I hope you rot in prison.
Damn.
That one was so long.
Yeah, I didn't realize how long that one was. Jeez.
One thing I hate about these kind of stories is like they feel they need to over-explain things.
That's fair.
Like, I don't know. I feel like I didn't need to know, like, we don't need to know, like, the names and, like, of, like, their friends and, like, what their friends are wearing and, like, where every little detail is in, like, the hallway. I don't know. Stuff like that just kind of weird me out.
I like the detail. Feels more immersive.
I think reading it is one thing.
That's fair.
Like, reading it out loud.
Fair.
Yeah, as soon as he said new Batman movie, I immediately...
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought the same way, too.
I'm just like, shit, it's this one. It's this
one.
idiot. Alright, well. I guess I'm up next. Ooh, can I please? Can I? Thank you. There we go. Alright, hang on. Drinking some water first.
Verified epic.
I'm verified epic. I'm verified epic on Reddit.
The mass shooting, very poggers.
Alright. Something walks whistling past my house every night at 3:03. Every night, no matter the weather, something walks down our street whistling softly. You can only hear it if you're in the living room or the kitchen when they walk by it, and it always starts exactly at 3:03. The sound starts faint, somewhere near the beginning of the lane, near the Carson place. We're towards the middle of the street, so the whistling moves past us before fading away in the direction of the cul-de-sac. When I was younger, my sister and I would sneak into the kitchen some nights to listen. Mom and Dad didn't like that, and we'd catch hell if they found us out there, but they were never too hard on us, since we always stuck to the one big rule. Don't try to look at whatever was whistling. My neighborhood is a funny place. I've lived here since I was 6, and I love it. The houses are small but well kept, good-sized yards, plenty of places to roam. There are a lot of other kids here my age. I turned 13 back in October. We grew up together and would always play foursquare in the cul-de-sac or roam around from the back porch to back porch in the summer. This was a good place to grow up. I'm old enough to see it. And there's only 2 strange things here. The night whistling and the good luck. The whistling never bothered me much. Like I said, I couldn't even hear it from my bedroom. But Mom and Dad don't like talking about it, so I've stopped asking questions. My dad is a strong guy, tall and calm. He has an accent since he moved to the US as a kid. His family, my grandparents, they're from the islands. That's what they call it. My dad, the only time he isn't so calm is if the Whistler comes up. He talks a little quicker then. Eyes move faster. He tells us not to think about it so much, and to always remember the one rule, the big rule. Don't try to look outside when the Whistler goes past. Not that we could look even if we wanted. See, there are shutters on the inside of every window, thick pieces of heavy canvas that pull down from the top and latch to the bottom of the window frame. Each latch even has a small lock, about the size of what you'd find on a diary. My dad locks those shutters every night before we all go to bed and keeps the key in his room. My mom, I don't know what she thinks about the whistling. I've seen her out in the living room before at 3:03. When the sound starts, I could see her if I cracked my door open just an inch to peek. She's not out there often. At least, I haven't caught her much, but once or twice a month, I think she sits out there on our big red couch, just listening. The Whistler has the same tune every night. It's cheerful. Da-da, da-da, da-dum. Da-da, da-da, da-dum. Remember how I said that there are two odd things about where I live? Well, besides our night whistler, everyone in my neighborhood is really lucky. It's hard to explain, and Dad doesn't like us talking about this part much either, but good things just seem to happen to people around here a lot. Usually it's small things, winning a radio contest, or getting an unexpected promotion at work, or finding some arrowheads buried in the yard. You know, the authentic kind. The weather is pretty good, and there's no crime, and everybody's gardens bloom extra bright in the fall. A million little blessings, I've heard my mom say about living here. But the main reason we stay here, why we moved here in the first place, is my sister Nola. She was born very sick, something with her lungs. We couldn't even bring her home when she was born, only visit her in the hospital. She was so small, I remember. Small even compared to the other babies. A machine had to breathe for her. We moved into our house here to be closer to the hospital. As soon as we moved here, Nola started getting better. The doctors couldn't figure it out. They chalked it up to whatever they were doing, but we could all tell that they were confused. But my parents knew. Even I knew. Nola getting better was just another of the million little blessings we got for living in our neighborhood. So that's why we stayed, even after we found out for every small miracle that happens here every day, now and then, some bad things happen. But they only happen if you look for the Whistler. See, our neighborhood has a welcoming committee. They show up with macaroni casserole and a gift basket and a manila folder whenever someone new moves in. They're very friendly. 4 people showed up when we moved in 7 years ago. The committee made small talk, gave me a Snickers bar, and took turns holding Nola. It was her first week out of the hospital, so they were extra careful. Then the committee asked to speak with my parents in private, so I was sent to my room, where I still managed to hear every word. The welcoming committee told my parents about how nice the neighborhood was. Really exceptionally hard to explain kind of nice. And then they told my parents about the even harder to explain whistling that happened every morning at 3:03 and ended at the tick of 3:05. The group, our new neighbors, warned my parents that the whistling was quiet, would never harm or hurt us as long as we didn't look for what was making the sound. This part they stressed, and I pushed my ear into the door, straining to hear them. People who went looking for the Whistler had their luck change, sometimes tragically. A black cloud would hang over anyone that looked. Anything that could go wrong would. The manila envelope the committee brought over contained newspaper clippings, stories about car crashes and ruined lives, public deaths, and freak accidents. Not everyone dies, I heard the head of the committee tell my dad. But the life goes out of them, even if they live. There's no light in them ever again. No presence. My mom, I could tell she wasn't taking it seriously. She kept asking if this was some prank they play on new neighbors. At one point, my mom got angry, accused the committee of trying to scare us out of our new home. They asked them if they were racist on an account of my dad being from the islands. My dad calmed her down. He told her he could tell our new neighbors were sincere and they were just trying to help us. He explained that he grew up hearing these kinds of stories from his mom, and he knew there were strange things that walked among us. Some of those strange things were good and some were bad, but most were just different. After the committee left, Dad went out to the hardware store, bought the canvas blinds, the latches, and the locks, and installed them on every window in the house after dinner. That first night in our new house, I crept out of my room at 3 a.m., only to find my dad awake sitting on the living room couch, holding my baby sister. My dad held up a finger in a shush motion, but patted the couch next to him. I sat and we waited. At exactly 3:03, we heard the whistling. Da-da, da-da, da-dum, da-da, da-da, da-dum. It came and went, just like our neighbor said. The whistling returns each night, and we never look. We enjoy our million little blessings every day. Nola breathes on her own, and she's grown into a strong, clever girl. My dad even joined the welcoming committee. We don't get new neighbors often. Why would anyone want to leave? But when a new family moves in, my dad and the committee bring them macaroni casserole, a gift basket, and the manila folder. I can always tell by the look on my dad's face when he comes back if the family of the committee took it seriously, or if we'd be getting new neighbors again very soon. Not long ago, a family moved in directly next to us. The previous owner, Mrs. Maddie, passed away at the age of 105. She lived a good, long life. Our new neighbors seemed like they'd fit in just fine. They believed the welcoming committee took my dad's advice about locking shutters since they had a young child of their own. Whatever newspaper clippings were in that manila envelope, whatever evidence, my dad never let us see. But I imagined it must have been awfully convincing since our neighbors got along with no issues for the first month. One night when our new neighbors had to leave town, they sent their son, Holden, to stay with us. He was 12, a year under me in school. I didn't know him well before that night, but as soon as his parents dropped him off after dinner, I could tell it was going to be a bad time. "Do you know who's always out there whistling every night?" Holden asked the moment the adults left the room. The three of us were sitting in the den, some Disney movie playing idly on the television. My sister and I exchanged a glance. "We don't talk about that," I said. "I think it's the weirdo that lives in the big yellow house on the corner," Holden said. "Mr. Tolles?" my sister asked. "No way. He's really nice." Holden shrugged. "Must be a psycho killer then." Nola tensed. "We don't talk about it," I repeated. "Let's go into my room and play Nintendo." We spent the next few hours playing games, eating popcorn, and then watching movies. Typical sleepover, but I could see Holden was getting antsy. After my parents had wished us a good night, locked the blinds, and gone to bed, Holden stood up from his beanbag and walked over to where Nola and I were sitting on my bed. "Have you ever tried looking?" he asked. "It's nearly time." Like most sleepovers, we conveniently ignored any suggestion of a bedtime. I was shocked to see he was right. It was almost 3 a.m. I sighed. "We don't..." "See, I can't. I can't even try to look because my dad locks the blinds every night and hides the key," he continued, ignoring me. "So does our dad," said Nola. "No," replied Holden. "No, he doesn't." "You saw him do it," I said. a little sharper than I meant to sound. Holden grinned. Your dad locks the blinds, yeah, but he doesn't hide the key. He keeps it right on his normal keychain. So, I asked. Worried I already knew what he would say next, because I had noticed that my dad didn't bother hiding the key anymore after all these years, because he knew we took it seriously. So after your dad locked up, but before your parents went to bed, I went to the bathroom. And on my way, I may have peeked into their room, and I may have seen your dad's keychain on his nightstand, and I maybe went and borrowed the key to the blinds. Noel and I stared, and his grin only grew wider. You're lying, I said. Holden shrugged. You can check if you want. Just open your parents' door and look. You'll see his keychain right there on the nightstand. Stay here, I told both of them. Don't move a muscle. I hurried over to my parents' room, but hesitated at the door. If Holden wasn't lying, my dad would be angry. Beyond angry. I was scared thinking about it, but more scared of an open window with the whistler right outside. I opened the door, barely an inch, and looked in, but it was too dark to see. Taking a deep breath, I walked into the room. 2 steps into the dark, and I froze. The whistling started, and I could hear it clearly from my parents' room. I never realized, but they must have heard the sound every night since we moved into the house. They never told us. I don't think I could have slept through it. I stood there listening to the whistling come closer, unsure whether I should turn on a light or call out for my dad. Soft sounds from the living room brought me back to reality. Nola! I yelled, running out of my parents' room. Holden and Nola were standing near the front door, next to a window. Holden wasn't lying. I could see him fumbling with the lock on one of the blinds. I heard a click. He did have the key. Holden let out a quick laugh. Nola stood next to him, hunched up, afraid, but maybe curious. The whistling was right outside our house now. I think I made a sound, called out. I can't remember. Time felt frozen. Clock hands nailed to the face. But I found myself moving. I'm not fast. I've never been athletic. Somehow, though, I covered the space between myself and Nola in a moment. My eyes were locked on her, but I heard Holden pull the blind all the way down so it could release. I heard the snap of it start to raise, and I heard the whistling just on the other side of the window. But I had my arms around Nola, and I turned us so she was facing away from the window. At the same time, I jammed my eyes shut. The blind whipped open. The whistling stopped. I felt Nola shaking in my arms. Don't look, okay? I told her. Don't turn around. We were positioned so that she was facing back towards the hallway, and I was facing the window. My eyes were still closed. I felt her nod into my shoulder. I reached out with the arm not holding Nola and tried to touch Holden. My hand brushed against his arm. He was shaking worse than Nola. Holden? I asked. Silence. I reached past him and gingerly felt for the windows, eyes still sealed shut. The glass was cold against my fingertips, colder than it should have been for the time of year. I moved my hand up the window, searching for the string to the blind. The glass began to get warmer the further I reached, and there was a gentle hum feeding back into my fingertips. I tried not to think about what might be on the other side of the window. Finally, I touched the string and yanked the blind shut. I opened my eyes. In the dim light leaking out of the kitchen, I could make out Holden, pale and small, staring at the now closed window. Holden? I asked again. He turned towards me and he screamed. Everything became a flurry of motion. Lights sparked to life in the hall and the living room. My parents' footsteps thudded across the hardwood floor. I didn't turn to look back at them. My eyes were glued to Holden. He was pale. He had bit his lip so hard that there was a thin red line of blood running down his chin, and he wet himself. What happened? My dad asked him from behind me. I managed to swivel away from Holden and look back. He looked. I'd never seen my dad scared before, but I saw it that night. In that moment, an old, ugly terror stitched onto his face. A parent's fear. Just Holden, he mouthed to me. I nodded yes. My dad let out a breath. He looked so relieved that I nearly expected him to cheer, but then he turned to Holden, and my dad's face changed. I wonder if he felt bad for feeling good that Holden was the only one that looked. There was a knock at the door. We all froze. Holden whimpered. "Don't answer it," my mom said. She stood at the threshold of the hall. I'd always thought she was a skeptic and just humored my dad about the windows and the Whistler, but that night, we were all believers. I noticed that both of my parents held baseball bats. They must have taken it from their bedroom. The knock came again, a little louder this time. "Please don't open the door," Holden whispered. My dad walked over to him, hugged him close. "We won't," my dad promised, still holding his bat. "Nothing is coming in here tonight." Thud. 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 This time the knocking was loud enough to rattle the door. Holden screamed again, and Nola clutched her arms around my neck. My mom came over and knelt down next to us, wrapping my sister and me close. "Thud! Thud! Thud!" called the police. My mom whispered to my dad. The knocking instantly stopped. My dad looked over his shoulder at us. "Do you think?" He was cut off by a frantic knocking that trailed off to a polite tap, tap, tap. "Police," something said from the other side of the door. The voice from outside sounded exactly like my mom, like a parrot repeating the words back to her. "Police. Call the police. Tap, tap, tap. Police." My mom pulled us closer. "Police. Police. 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 Please stop." I heard her whisper. "I don't think calling them will help," my dad said. "How will we know when they're the ones at the door?" The knocking came back harder than before. The door shook, then it stopped. After a long moment, I heard the knocking again, but it was coming from our back door. We all turned together toward the back door, but the knocking immediately returned to the front door. Front to back, back to front. Loud then quiet, then loud again. Suddenly, the sound was coming from both doors at once. Big, heavy blows like a sledgehammer. Then something started rapping against the wall of the windows in the house. Then the walls. It was like we were living inside a drum with a dozen people trying to play it at once. Or we were in a turtle, and something was attempting to claw us out of our shell. "Stop!" Holden yelled. The knocking died. "I won't tell," Holden said, staring at the door. "I promise I won't tell anyone what I saw. Just please go away." We waited for nearly a minute. Then we heard a soft tap, tap, tap coming from the window Holden had looked through earlier. Holden started to cry, sobbing like a prisoner watching gallows being built outside their cell. My dad held him, brushed his hair, but never lied to him, never told him things would be okay. The tapping at the window went on for the rest of the night. We huddled together in the living room for I don't know how long. Eventually my mom tried to take us kids into my room while my dad stayed to watch the door. But the second we moved into my bedroom, the knocking came back. So loud it was impossible to ignore. I was afraid the door couldn't take it. We went back to the living room and the knocking stopped. Only the tap, tap, tap on the window remained. None of us slept that night. The tapping stopped around 7 a.m. That's about the time the sun comes up here. We waited another 2 hours before my dad opened the blinds from one window. He made us all go back to my parents' bedroom first. I heard him open the door, then come back in. "Okay," he told us. "It's done." Holden's parents came back around lunchtime. My mom and dad walked Holden over to his house, and they all went inside for quite a while. Nola and I watched from the window. She stuck to me the whole day, right at my side, sometimes holding my hand. When my parents came back, they looked grim but wouldn't tell us what they said to Holden's family. It was Sunday, so we spent the day together, ordered a pizza, and watched movies. That night, everyone slept in my room. Nola and my mom in the bed with me, my dad in a chair he'd pull over. There was no knocking that night, or any night since. We didn't see much of Holden or his parents for the rest of that week, but by Thursday, there was a moving truck in the driveway. Nola and I watched them packing up the whole afternoon after school. What sticks with me most is how tired Holden and his parents looked. All three had the same parlor grim mouths and lightless eyes. Even from across the street, I could tell something was very wrong. Holden and his family were gone before sunset. I remember what the original welcoming committee said to my parents when we moved in. Not everyone who looks at the Whistler dies, but even those that live have the light go out of them, and the rest of their lives are full of misfortune. A million little tragedies. I think Holden's parents must have looked, either to comfort him if they didn't believe, or share the burden if they did. I watch Nola some days, happy and young and alive, and I wonder if I'd been slower if she looked out the window that night. Would I have looked too? To comfort her? To share that burden? I'm glad I don't have to find out. We still live in that house, in that neighborhood. We still hear the Whistler walking past every night. The blessings, the luck, the good things here are too good to leave, but we're careful. We don't have friends over to spend the night anymore, and my dad hides the key to the blinds very, very well. Not that I've gone looking. Some things you just don't need to look for.
Stupid ass kid.
Yeah.
Like,
Oomst.
listen.
Thank
If
you
I
for
was
the
in this-
50 bits, Zigga, for the dicks. Thank you.
If I was in this situation, I wouldn't be looking out that window. If I was like having good things happen to me, and they're like, "Yeah, the only thing you can't do is just don't look outside the window at like 3 o'clock or whatever," like, okay, I won't do it.
Wouldn't you be a little curious?
No,
I know, right?
not at all. Hell no. Out of
I
sight,
like
out of
that one,
mind.
although it
I wonder what it
definitely feels a
was.
little
Though.
stretched
I
out.
do kind of low key wonder.
Yeah, I don't know.
I just imagine it being like some like tall, like lanky, like
It's the Hat Man.
scary,
Yeah,
gonna
it's
say,
the
like,
fucking Hat Man.
like some kind of like
It's always
scary
the Hat Man.
It's always
I was
Hat
thinking.
Man.
I was thinking like some tall, like lanky, like old woman. That's just what I had in my head.
Okay,
I don't know,
you know,
man. Whatever that
yeah.
kid saw was enough to like make him piss himself and cry.
I don't know why, but all I can imagine is that one episode of Adventure Time where there's the keymaster who keeps locking them out of these big doors, and they have to open this big door, and they have to use a song to get it. But I'm just imagining the key man, this long, lanky, spindly.
I never seen
Yeah.
Adventure Time.
It's very good. It's a comfort. It's a comfort show for me. I don't know why.
I don't know, man. I wouldn't. I would not be looking out that window. Also, I like
Yeah.
No Sleep a lot better than the other one we were doing. I think,
Yeah.
I like the. I
That's
always
supernatural.
like what's it called, like spiritual stories like this that are just like fucked up shit.
Yeah.
Supernatural.
Supernatural.
Also, does anyone else think this could be a Twilight Zone episode?
Yeah. I think it would be a
Like-
good Twilight Zone episode.
But what would be the moral of it then?
Don't look out your window. Yeah.
Listen to your parents.
Yeah, there you go. don't if you hear some old bag whistling outside your window at 3 a.m., just let her whistle.
All right.
I don't know. I kind of wonder what happened to his family. Like, my thing is like also like, is it like obviously the kid looked, but like, does it just affect like the whole family?
I
Like,
think
right off
the
bat?
parents. I think the parents must have looked.
Nah,
Reminds
if
me
I
of
was
Goosebumps?
if I was a parent,
A little
if
bit.
I was a parent, I would have been like, nah, kid, you fucked.
I
Just throw the
mean,
kid out here.
I don't know. Seeing someone you care for just no light in their eyes, you gotta wonder.
I was gonna say, yeah, Goosebumps. That's kind of seem like it could be a Goosebumps episode too.
Maybe the whole family's
you
just a
scared of the
bunch
dark?
of nosy.
Are you afraid of the dark?
Are you afraid of oh gosh.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Answer this for me, because I've always wondered, was the shit that they threw in the fire at the end of Are You Afraid of the Dark, was that just, like, dry coffee creamer? So that's what I always heard.
I'm gonna go with yes.
It sounds plausible. I mean, most things when they're in like a very, very fine powder like that are incredibly flammable.
Oh yeah.
If not
Actually,
explosive.
funny enough. So what I do for my big boy job is I work with valves, and if you're not careful with the valves, there can be an ignition point and an explosion can occur. And it wasn't one of our valves, but it was at it was a valve at a plant that manufactured non-dairy creamer powder, and one of the dust collectors had I think inboard bearings and or not inboard bearings, outboard bearings, and that was the ignition point, and the
Kaboom.
entire factory exploded and people died. Like, shit's wild.
Also, I'm reading like these comments like on this post just to like see what other people are saying.
Oh,
Someone
yeah,
said
yeah.
maybe people who speak about what they saw are the ones who die. And I was
Oh,
like, that makes
maybe.
sense. I have a video doorbell. I've already lost this fight.
Death by ring camera.
There must be a fucking, there must be, like, some short indie film with a ring camera for a fucking spooky movie.
All right, writing that down.
I'm reminded
For future
of the
short
one
film.
movie, that one schlock movie about like Skype video calling. I think.
Oh, yeah, it was, like, Unfriended or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched it. It was bad. I didn't finish it because it was so bad. Like, I got like an hour into it and I'm just like, this sucks. Like, all of the scary things, it was just like, especially the one guy who just put his hand in the blender, it's just like, how is this, why don't you just take it whenever? I don't. It made my head hurt. I'm just like, this movie's bad.
It wasn't bad enough to be good schlock.
Yeah, there are some horror movies out there that are so bad that they're good, and we love them.
This was just bad.
Yeah, that was just a bad movie. I'm trying to think of a...
They spent so much money on actually getting like the correct interface, I guess, the UI.
Yeah, which is like, that's
didn't think
good,
of
but how about you
The
use...
higher writers.
Yeah, some of that money for writers. Or at
You
least...
don't need to spend tens of millions of dollars to show actual Skype on your movie.
Yeah, just use an off-brand thing. Oh god.
I was gonna say,
Discord.
could we continue browsing the no sleep? I think that unless you already have.
Yeah, the rest of them are actually off of No Sleep.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Nice. I actually found one just browsing on the side.
Oh hell yeah! Do you
That
want
sounds
to
pretty cool.
use? Do you want to use that one? Because you are up next.
Yeah, I could do like
Yeah.
two short ones because this one's pretty short, but it's
Okay. Yeah. If you want to just send those links in so we have it up on the screen for
Yeah, I just got the one.
Oh, okay. Ba, 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 ba. Skrunk. Alright. I'm guessing you want me to skip past
Yeah,
those.
yeah.
Okay. Alright.
This is a parallel life. My last semester at a certain college, I was assaulted by a football player for walking where he was trying to drive. He was 325 pounds, I was 120 pounds. While unconscious on the ground, I lived a different life. I met a wonderful young lady. She made my heart skip and my face red. I pursued her for months and dispatched a few jerk boyfriends before I finally won her over. After 2 years, we got married, and almost immediately she bore me a daughter. I had a great job, and my wife didn't have to work outside of the house. When my daughter was 2, my wife, bore me a son. My son was the joy of my life. I'd walk to his room every morning before I left for work and doted on him and my daughter. One day, while sitting on the couch, I noticed that the perspective of the lamp was odd, like inverted. It was still in 3D, but just wrong. It was a square lamp base, red with gold trim on 4 legs and a white square shade. I was transfixed. I couldn't look away from it. I stayed up all night staring at it. The next morning I didn't go to work. Something was just not right about that lamp. I stopped eating. I left the couch only to use the bathroom at first. Soon I stopped that too, as I wasn't eating or drinking. I stared at that fucking lamp for 3 days before my wife got really worried. She had someone come and try to talk to me. By this time my cognizance was breaking up and my wife was freaking out. She took the kids to her mother's house just before I had my epiphany. The lamp is not real. The house is not real. My wife, my kids. None of that is real. The last 10 years of my life are not fucking real. The lamp started to grow wider and deeper. It was still inverted dimensions. It took up my entire perspective, and all I could see was red. I heard voices, screams, all kind of weird noises, and I became aware of the pain. Fucking shit ton of pain. The first words I said were, "I'm missing teeth," when I opened my eyes. I was laying on my back, on the sidewalk surrounded by people that I didn't know. Lots freaking out. I was completely confused. At some point, a cop scooped me up, walked me across the sidewalk and grass, and threw me face down into the back of a cop car. I was still confused. I was taken to the hospital by the cop. It seems that he didn't want to wait for the ambulance to arrive. He gave CT scans and shit. Went through about 3 years of horrid depression. I was grieving the loss of my wife and children, dealing with the knowledge that they never existed. I was scared that I was going insane as I would cry myself to sleep, hoping I would see her in my dreams. I never have. But sometimes I see my son. Usually just a glimpse out of my peripheral vision. He's perpetually 5 years old, and I can never hear what he says.
Damn.
And that's it.
And you may ask yourself, this is not my beautiful house. This is not my beautiful wife. Ah, that's just wild.
Was that a fucking Billy and Mandy reference when you said that? No, that was a fucking,
No.
What the fuck was that reference from?
It's the
References a
Talking
bunch of
Heads
stuff.
song.
Yeah. Sorry.
It's oh, I'm sure Billy and Mandy had a reference to that. I mean, Talking Heads is fucking classic.
Yeah,
Same as it ever was.
It's kind of
Same
bad
as it
that
ever
I
was.
remember a fucking kids cartoon before that.
It's fair. I watched a lot of Billy and Mandy when I was younger. I was obsessed. I think that maybe is why I'm like this.
Probably why we're all like this.
Yeah. Yeah, my parents wouldn't let me watch Ed and Eddie when I was a kid because they thought it was too stupid,
What? That show was a classic.
but they still let me watch Billy and Mandy.
Where like the main character is like the biggest dumbass imaginable.
Yeah.
know
I
my-
still hmm?
I don't remember them blocking me from watching anything except for like South Park.
Oh
But
yeah,
I do
that's
remember
fair.
them blocking my youngest sister from watching what was it? The Adventures of Flapjack because they thought it was just too gross.
Oh yeah, they had some real detailed images. I always liked the style of it. I watched that a lot. It was very good. I think at one point I started rewatching it and I never finished. All right, Zach, your turn.
What is this one?
This one is my son's camera
I can double
monitor.
dip
Oh yeah,
if you think that first one was too short.
It was short. What do you think, Zach?
Yeah, I was gonna say if you wanted to do like another short one just to like even it out.
Okay, I
This
don't
one's
know
a-
how long
a
this one is.
series.
This
I
one's
was
a
gonna say,
series.
what's-
Oh,
Oh, that's not bad.
yeah, that's not
It's
bad.
that.
That's a medium length.
Yeah.
My
That'd be
son's
a-
camera monitor alerted in the middle of the night. I checked it and I saw my wife and son were sitting on the bed. They weren't my wife and son.
Same as it ever was.
These aren't my kids. Whose kids are these?
Gone wrong.
And the
Gone
days go by.
It's just a story of how he just woke up drunk in the wrong house. Do you want me to do this one, or do you want to do this one?
I don't mind doing a second one because the first one is too short.
Yeah, you can do this one if you want.
You had a really long one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
that's
think I had
true.
the longest one.
Yeah. Alright, go ahead.
I'm a nurse and I currently work nights. It's a total drag. Dad was such a drag. But I'm hopeful we can go to days soon since some coworkers are planning retirements. It's a total drag, but I'm hopeful I can go to days soon. Oh, I get it.
Yeah.
That broke my brain for a second. Anyways, I was working one night when just after 3 a.m., my son's monitor alerted me to sound and movement. No big deal at all. He probably coughed loudly or sneezed or something. He's 3 now, so he generally sleeps all night. I bring it up on my phone and I see him and my wife sitting on the bed. Again, no big deal. I might have cried or gotten scared or something. I was about to close the app when I noticed they were acting strange, almost creepy. And when I say almost creepy, I mean creepy as balls. They were sitting on the bed together, both of them just staring up at the camera with blank, emotionless stares. The night vision is black and white, so they had white, eerie-looking eyes. They didn't move at all, aside from their visible breathing. They just sat there, staring at the camera. Closed the app and gave my wife a call to make sure everything's okay. I never get to call home on lunch. Never get to call home on lunch, so in a way, this is kind of nice to get to talk to my family while at work. Rings a couple times before she answers with a very groggy, hello? It was like she was dead asleep when I called. She looked wide awake when on camera. Hey, you guys okay? Yeah, buddy came in like 15 minutes ago. Seemed scared, so I said I could sleep with Mama. I'm confused here, since I saw them in this room a minute ago. Literally 60 seconds had passed since I closed the app and made the call. Wait, so you guys are in bed? Yeah, I fell back asleep right away. Everything okay? Everybody keeps waking me up. She's kind of annoyed. Hang on a sec. Put her on speaker and bring up the app, hoping I don't see it. When the app loads, I get the pang of intense nervousness in my stomach that I haven't had in a long time. Since I was a kid in school, realized while I was eating breakfast, a paper or something was due that day, and I hadn't done it. My heart leaps into my throat. My wife and son are sitting on his bed, looking up at the camera. Same emotionless stares. Hello? You guys are in bed, right? Yeah, we're trying to sleep. Well, I'm looking at his camera and I see you two sitting on his bed. No, in our bed. Now, I know that's what you mean, but I'm looking at his bed and I see you two are in there. Hang on, she says. She's quiet for a sec while she brings up the camera on her phone. You hear this guttural, terrified gasp. She had sucked all the air out in the room, into her lungs, filling them to capacity. I don't hear this kind of gasp from my wife too often. Usually only when she's truly afraid, like during a jump scare in a movie. Or one time when she turned her back on our son for literally a second. He was down by the mailbox, inches from the road. I hear rustling of sheets and the line goes dead. Of course, now I'm absolutely terrified myself, so I immediately call back. Goes to voicemail, so I call again. I call again and again with no answer. Finally, after about 4 minutes, she calls me. I'll tell you that 4 minutes felt like 40 years. Hey, what's happening? I ask. She's absolutely hysterical and crying. Can't understand a word she says. Stop, slow down for a second, I say. She slows down enough to explain that they're in the car and driving to her parents. She looked at the camera. When she saw what was on it, she got up and grabbed her son and rushed downstairs and out the door. Didn't even close the garage. Don't worry about it. I'll drive by when I get off and close it. We live in a generally safe neighborhood, so I'm not too concerned the door's up. We will not go in there, she says. The hell no, I return. Why are we on the camera? She said. Is this a recording? I don't know, I return. I'm gonna keep watching it and see if there's anything I can do. I can tell. There are code words with Buddy. We have code words because we're nerds. We've seen too many pod people in imposter movies. So we decided a long time ago we'd make code words with each other to be able to tell if one of us was an imposter. We had a couple code words. We also have a 3-sentence story that we recite together, each saying a different part alternatively of each other. I hear her on the phone saying the things we taught our son. He giggles as he says them. He does every time we practice. He thinks they're a joke and doesn't have any idea of the real meaning. We're both convinced he's our son. My wife then says our part, and I'm convinced she's her. We made up these words as a complete joke to ourselves. Never once in my life imagined we'd actually need them. Unreal. She got to her parents safely. It was hard to hang up. I told her we'd figure it out in the morning. Hopefully just a glitch. She said she didn't think it was a glitch. When she was running out, she had to run by her son's room and the door was open. There's a little flashing light on the back of the camera that indicates it's connected to the internet. It gave off just enough light, and when she ran by, she thought she saw, at the corner of her eye, a shadowy outline of what could have been an adult sitting on her son's bed. It sends chills down my spine to think about it. Knowing they were safe and out of the house is the only thing that kept me at work that night. It was a long 4 hours, but I kept checking the camera every chance I got. Sure enough, they were still sitting on the bed, staring up at the camera with emotionless gazes. I studied them to see if I could see any pattern, from their breathing to their blinking. Their breathing was steady and looked normal. It was their blinking that would tell me if this was some kind of bizarre, time-loop freak accident video or not. I intently stare at my phone, count the seconds between each blink, telling myself if this is a loop, then their blink should be even and occur at the same time each time. There was no pattern to their blinking. It was erratic and random, just as a person's blinking should be. The passing hours are what finally sealed the deal that this was not a weird looped video of some kind. My son's window is visible on camera, and I could see on camera that it's getting lighter outside his room. The curtains keep out just enough light to prevent the camera from exiting night vision. It lets in just enough to be able to tell the sun is rising. Try to figure out what the hell I'm gonna do before I leave work. Calling the police comes to mind, but I talk myself out of it. First of all, what am I supposed to say? Someone's in my house and they look like my wife, but they aren't? Or yet, what if they are entities of some kind and the police do go over and it kills them or something? I decided to tell my coworker about it. He's a firm believer in the paranormal. He might have a suggestion. I show him the video and tell him the story. His initial response of, "It's creepy as fuck," doesn't help me much. But he says he wants to go over and check it out. He says we both should see if not my wife, try to act like my wife. I tell him absolutely not, and he says we should at least go to the house, even if we don't go in. I agree on that, since I wanted to close the garage. We got to my house and walked around the perimeter first. Not sure what we want to accomplish by that, but it felt like something we should do. The curtains were all drawn since nobody was there to open them in the morning, so we couldn't see anything. I went to close the garage and suddenly had this overwhelming urge to go inside and investigate. It's like I just had to know what was going on. So in we went. We walked through the kitchen towards the foyer where the stairs are. It's so quiet in our house right now. You could hear a feather drop. Forget the pin. We stop at the bottom of the stairs and wait a few seconds. Look at the camera again. They're still sitting there. I've never been so scared in my life. My coworker puts his foot in the first step. Suddenly I say, "Stop," loudly. "Forget this, we're out of here," I tell him. "Come on." I start making my way back to the kitchen. We heard a loud creak in the floor from upstairs. It was my son's room. There's a very loud creaky board right in the middle of his floor. It's almost impossible not to step on. My wife and I are still deciding. My wife and I are still deciding if we ever want to fix it, because it will alert us if he's ever up to no good when he gets older, trying to sneak out or something. Come on! I yell as I motion for him to move his ass. We're out of the house in about 2 seconds. Out on the street, I check my phone. Now, only not my son was sitting on the bed. Same blank stare. Not my wife was gone. Holy shit, my coworker says. That was stupid as fuck of us. Do not tell my wife we went inside. She would be so ungodly mad if she found out what we did. Use my garage door opener in my car to close the door. Before I leave, I look up at the camera again. Not my wife is back on the bed. Not my son. Both staring blankly at the camera, blinking every few seconds. I was All about 4 days ago now. Not my wife and not my son are still sitting on the bed staring up at the camera. They haven't moved a millimeter. We obviously haven't got back to our house. What do we do? Choose your own adventure.
Burn it. Burn it down. Option B, burn it.
I just say call the
cliffhanger
cops.
thing.
Let the cops do it. Go ahead. If they die, they die.
Just let
If
just
they
let
died,
them have
nothing
the
of value
house.
was lost.
Just let them have the house. It's fine. It's theirs now.
They live there now.
Yeah.
It's
That,
the
I don't know. That'd
entity's
be
house
me.
now.
I'd be like, oh, there's a part 2?
Yeah.
Shit.
Zach, would you like to read part 2?
Sure, I'll read part 2. I'll see how long it is. If it's like
Yeah, let's see how
super
long it
fucking
is.
long, I don't want to.
Yeah, scroll down to see if there's a part 3 as well.
Yeah. Alright, let's see. Oh, this one's longer. Not too much longer.
It seems like
There's
part
no
two's the
part
end.
3.
Okay.
Yeah.
A little bit. It's a little bit longer, but I'll do it.
Yeah. Alright, let me scroll back up. Alright.
What was this called again? Sorry, go back up.
Oh,
Alright. My son's camera monitor alerted in the middle of the night. I checked it and saw my wife and son sitting on the bed. They weren't my wife and son. Part 2.
and the days go by.
I'm sorry it's taken so long. It's been an emotional month. Felt like I'm losing my mind or already lost it. Been in the hospital for 3 weeks. You'll remember I left off in my wife's parents' house not sure what the hell to do. My wife and I argued about it. My in-laws said call the priest. Told my wife we're calling the cops and that's it. The day we finally called the cops would be day 6. Not my family was still sitting on the goddamn bed staring at the camera. I told the dispatcher there were intruders in my house, leaving out the part where they looked exactly like my family. I told her we were out of the house, but I would meet the police there. She dispatched 2 units. My wife begged me not to go. I told her I had to be there. Oh! I told her I had to be there. I had a foolproof plan. I would take her mom's iPhone and FaceTime my wife while showing the police the camera on my phone. They would see this as a fucked up situation and hopefully proceed with caution. My coworker's friend said he would come with me as well. My friend and I beat the cops to my house. Like most of you have mentioned in the comments previously, I was packing heat. I've concealed carry, so I had my 1911 45 on me. I was not concerned this would bother the cops, as I was going to inform them of my permit and that I was currently carrying. What I wasn't going to tell them was that I had my father's in-law's AR-15 in my trunk. It's almost funny how many of you mentioned that was the way to go in my previous entry. I didn't plan on telling the cops about it because I was not planning on needing it. They would come armed and prepared. They showed. Oh, hello.
Hello?
Hey, welcome.
Oh, hello.
Oh,
Came in right in the middle.
I'm finally back.
They showed up and I let them know I was armed, and then enacted my plan. I initially told them the story. They looked at each other like I was crazy and they didn't believe me. I FaceTimed my wife so they can see she was in fact not in the house despite what our camera was showing. They still didn't seem to believe me, but this did pique their interest. I hung up on my wife and told her I'd call her back as soon as we knew something. So now we're sure this isn't a recording. An officer stayed repeating what I said. It's not. The day-night cycle has changed every day. Their blinking is erratic and not clinical. Like it was a repeat.
Cyclical.
I've never seen that word before in my life.
In cycles.
I know it's a stupid question, but your wife isn't a twin? The other officer asked. I told him no. My friend spoke up. I have an idea. Turn the volume up. I'll go throw a pebble at the window. He went around back while I turned up the volume to the max. Okay, I'm tossing. We heard the light tick sound from outside. But the 1 second delay on the camera came in loud and clear through my phone. Not my wife moved at the sound of the pebble hitting the window. First time I actually seen her move aside from the time she wasn't on the screen. I initially went inside our house the first day. She turned her head towards the window and just slightly before turning back to the camera. Okay, so this is live, an officer said. Okay, sir. Need to take you and your friend outside here. We're gonna go in and figure out what's going on here. Should you ask for more units? I asked hopefully. Not this time. We're going to assess the situation first. They don't appear to be armed, but we're going to be cautious. I opened the garage for them, and they made their way toward the kitchen door. They radioed dispatch that they were heading in and to stand by. They disappeared into my house. A few seconds after they went in, the camera went out. I wanted to vomit. It felt like I put my fingers in my mouth and be able to feel my heart since it leapt so far up into my throat. Shit! I yelled to my friend, immediately popped the trunk, got my rifle out, and ran to the garage. My friend right behind me. We got inside just in time to hear a low, guttural howl from upstairs. Demonic sounding almost. Along with raised voices from the police, there were several shots. Need backup! Shots fired! He was cut off. Oh my god! My friend howled. He was scared shitless, but so was I. God fucking damn it, I knew it! I said, running up the stairs. My son's room is the first one you come in after getting upstairs. So his wall is also what you see when you walk up the stairs. I reached the top. As I reached the top, I laid in the wall with my rifle. It had a 30-round magazine, but it felt like I fired 100 shots. I fired all over the place, knowing full well the ammo would go through the wall like it was wallpaper. Concentrating on where my son's bed would be, but also near the door towards the floor as well, in case whatever these things were thought to duck. We heard shrieks of pain coming from the room. Then nothing. My friend and I paused for a minute before deciding to go in because the camera was still out. We heard a whimpering coming from the room. There was a dead cop in the hallway we had to step over. It was awful, and I'll never be able to unsee it. His head was several feet away from his body in the threshold of our guest room. We found the other cop in my son's room right inside the doorway. He had several large holes in his torso as if he'd been impaled. Exactly what I was afraid would happen had happened. I called the cops on whatever these things were that killed him. When we entered the room, we found the source of the whimpering that was not my wife. She was laying on her back on the floor, holding her torso that was bullet-ridden and breathing heavy. The scene was awful. I can hardly put into words how awful it was. I know now, just like I did then, they weren't my family. It shouldn't have been hard. I should have been able to just go in and finish it. But instead I fell to my knees. Not my wife begged for her life. I don't want to die, honey, she whimpered. I wanted to have more kids. I can't die now. Looked over at not my son who had to be dead. He'd taken 2 shots, at least to the head, or what was left of it. He had several more in his torso and 1 or 2 on his legs and arms. If he had kids, seeing their lifeless, bullet-ridden body is a special kind of hell. Again, I knew it wasn't my son, but it was. I was going to be sick. I'd killed my family. I turned back to not my wife. She was acting just like my wife. It even mimicked her anxiety about death that she had had in the past year or so. It's not her, man. Forgot my friend was even there. It's not her. Shoot it. I know what you guys are thinking. How many times has this happened in the movies and you scream at your TV for the main character to just shoot the imposter because it's not their loved one? I guess movies get it right somehow. I'll never roll my eyes at the character who can't kill an imposter again. Please don't shoot me, it begged. My hands were shaking as I aimed at it. Why couldn't I do it? I knew this wasn't my wife. Listen, man, my friend began calmly. Look at it. It's blood, it's yellow. It's not your family. Was it yellow? It was. Seeing my family slain was so traumatic I haven't even noticed their blood wasn't red. I steadied my aim and now my wife suddenly stopped begging. She began that guttural, terrifying shriek, and something black or gray started to protrude from her mouth like a tentacle or something, and I fired. That range, her head was more or less exploded. Whatever these things were, they appeared to be mortal. I was still on my knees, and my friend was out in the hallway just outside the door. We heard the sounds of approaching police sirens. Forgot one of the cops had gotten a shots fired call over the radio before being killed. It seemed like it had been hours, but it had only been about 5 minutes since the police had gone in. My friend went downstairs to let the police know what to expect. I stood up and slowly made my way into the hallway. I was lightheaded because I felt like I was going to be sick. My bedroom is adjacent to my son's, so the doorway was about a foot to the right of my son's doorway. My door was closed, but as I exited my son's room, the door opened. Not me walked out into the hallway, wearing exactly the same thing I was at the time. I was shocked in place. I couldn't move, but it did. It walked towards me and its right arm turned black and morphed into what appeared to be a tentacle. It was wiggling around like a squid or octopus appendage. When he thrust his arm at me, solidified and impaled me through my abdomen, then stabbed me in the left leg just above my kneecap. I fell to the ground in pain. Its tentacle arm was wiggling again. "Why did you kill my family?" it asked. When it spoke, its voice changed pitch several times. It was my voice, then much deeper than normal again. It alternated several times saying that one sentence. It moved in closer. The rifle was gone by, I said, my 45. I pulled it out and got a shot off of its right knee. It howled. As Not Me fell to its knee, I fired a couple more shots, getting 2 in its abdomen, at the left side of its ribs. It breathed heavily for a few seconds before I used the last of my strength to aim proper and shot Not Me in the face. Its blood was also yellow. I lay there bleeding, thinking that this was it for sure. I still had some strength from my adrenaline kicking in, so I took off my belt and tried to get a tourniquet for my leg. With my stomach wound, it was hard to give a good yank to tighten it. Then I took my shirt off and balled up and packed my stomach wound and applied as much pressure as I could. Being a nurse probably saved my life. I passed out, but the measures I took must have kept me alive long enough for EMS to arrive. I heard raised voices and the sound of pounding coming up from stairs before I went out. It was probably a cop, but I felt pressure from somebody trying to keep my wound packed before I went out. I was in and out of consciousness as EMS arrived, along with probably every cop in the city. I was wheeled downstairs and put in an ambulance. But while I was being loaded onto the gurney upstairs, I heard cops freaking out, rightfully so. They lost 2 brothers, and there were 3 other bodies. Did he kill his brother? Are they twins? Probably referencing to Not Me's body. Or his whole family? I put him on armed guard while at the hospital. He'll probably be getting charged. As I was getting placed into the ambulance, I saw my friend talking to a group of about 10 cops, all listening very intently to what he was saying. I went out again in the ambulance. Woke up in the ER. My wounds had been treated. The tentacle hadn't been more than a few inches wide, so it was just slightly larger than a large knife. They sewn me up and found that I was currently receiving a blood transfusion to do blood loss at my home. My wife had authorized them to do whatever they had needed while I was unconscious. She was also extremely, extremely pissed that I went into the house. We're okay now, but that's a story for another day. I was in the hospital for 3 weeks since I ended up getting an infection and almost went septic. I needed quite a few antibiotics for the entire 3 weeks. I had cops in my room with questions. After about a week, they released me and no longer had me under armed guard. I told them absolutely everything, not caring if it made sense or not. And thank God my friend had come in with me because he was able to corroborate this whole story. Midway through my hospital stay, men with suits came to pay me a visit. They were government. I knew right away. They said they were FBI, but I don't know if I believe that. They just wanted to talk about not my family. The police chief and the coroner were involved. It was very hush-hush. Made it clear this was not going to be out to the public. This is where I have to apologize probably for an anticlimactic ending to this ordeal. I don't know what Not Me and my family were. Neither do they. The only thing we know is that they were sentient creatures that looked like us and had yellow blood. I begged the coroner to tell me about their autopsies, but he said he wasn't allowed to stay. He must have felt bad for me, since I received a bouquet of flowers a couple days later. The card inside the envelope read, "We don't know what they are. They have the same organs we do, but in different parts of their body aside from their brain. But what's red and pink inside us is green and yellow inside them. They're humanoid creatures, but whatever they are, they aren't human. Government thinks they may be extraterrestrial. Destroy this letter ASAP. We had our house professionally cleaned. It was almost surely a government team since they contacted us on behalf of the police. We cannot find any Google reviews or website for the company online. My wife and I are not going back to our house. We would love to burn it down, but there's no way to do that and avoid suspicion of arson at this point. We'll end up taking a huge loss on the property since everyone in our neighborhood knows that there was an incident involving multiple deaths in the house. But we don't know what actually happened. It'll be hard to sell, but it eventually will. We're going to move on from here. I told everyone at work it was a home invasion and they bought it. I'll go back to work in a couple of weeks and we'll start looking for a new house. Again, I'm sorry. I know everyone wanted a concrete ending and to know exactly what the fuck those things were. But we just don't know. Aliens sounds good to me. I've been thinking as if they were supernatural or astral demons, gunfire wouldn't have been able to kill them. It's just hard to say. If they were aliens, why did they just sit there and creep in our house for a week? They didn't even try to take our lives. It's hard to wrap my head around. If it's aliens, keep your eyes peeled out there. There could be more of them. An alien
Aliens.
invasion, you say?
Of
I did not
course.
expect aliens.
I have a story that is based on real life. I don't know if you would like to hear it. It's the legend of the Matusita house. It's a very good, very old legend in my home country.
Oh, yeah. You are up next, so if you want to
Yeah.
go ahead and...
Will you mind if I do the voice like the guy that says number 13? Foot letter.
Chills.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's the guy. God, it's been forever. I used to actually watch him back in the day while I did
Very
makeup.
well. I will tell you the legend of the Matusita house. Wow, they are a myriad of variation of the Matusita house tale. Most of them seem to agree on the details of the original story. Our legend begins in Peru's colonial era, when a young woman named Derbaspa Parvane immigrated to Lima from Europe. Derbaspa was of Persian ancestry, and she soon became the subject of local gossip. The townspeople swore that she was a witch with magical powers, though she was only ever known to use these powers to heal the sick. It wasn't long before the fierce Spanish Inquisition learned of this and arrested the young lady. She was tortured until she confessed to practicing witchcraft and sentenced to death. She was burned at the stake. It is said that she cursed the spot where she died with her final breath. A rich man built his house many years later on the spot where their baspo was burned. The man was influential, pretentious, and cruel to his servants. The servants began to plot revenge against him and waited for the right moment to strike. One evening, the man invited a group of associates for a dinner party. As they talked, the mistreated servants took advantage of their master's occupations with his guests, preparing all of the drinks with a hallucinogenic plant, hoping to embarrass their master. After serving the man and his guests the drug refreshment, they waited outside the door in anticipation. A few minutes passed as they began to hear laughter, thinking that was all going according to plan. The servants drew closer. Suddenly, the laughter turned into loud noises and screams of agony. The servants stood paralyzed until the screams stopped. Then, one of them dared to open the door. In that room, they found their master and his guests ripped to pieces, arms and legs scattered about the floor. In their madness, the master and his guests had murdered each other with their bare hands, in the most gruesome way imaginable. The servants ran out of the house babbling senselessly and were promptly locked away in an asylum, where they never recovered from what they had seen. That was the first version of the story. However, this is the continuation of it. with Mr. Matsushita. The house remained abandoned for nearly a century after that, until one day a Japanese immigrant named Mr. Matsushita moved in with his wife and children. They moved onto the second floor, where the brutal killings had happened a century earlier. They turned the first floor into a shop, which supported their family in the meantime. Which is actually true, the shop still stays up to this day. One day, Mr. Matsushita came home earlier than expected from his errand out on the city. As he walked up the old staircase leading to the second floor, he heard moans coming from the bedroom. When he found his wife there with another man in his own bed, he grabbed a knife from the kitchen and murdered both of them as well as his two children before finally killing himself. Another tale tells the local priest who attempted to perform an exorcism when the shopkeeper renting the first floor complained of strange noises above. The priest climbed the stairs and entered the dark and unkept second floor living room. Within minutes, he began to scream that he heard the voices of tortured spirits, and when his shouts ceased, he was soon found inside the house. They say he died of a heart attack. The final and most recent story about what happened in the house was in the 1960s. Humberto Vilches Berra, an Argentinian TV personality, took it there to spend 7 days and nights inside the haunted second floor. However, after only mere 4 hours from the 7 days and nights that he was there he ran out screaming and spent the next 2 years in psychological care. Now, the story about the Matsushita house has a lot of detractors due to a simple but very obvious thing. The Matsushita house was placed next door to an old USA embassy in my home country. Most people thought that all of the horror stories that happened there were nothing more than CIA inventions. However, people that have been on the Matsushita house have experienced a lot of supernatural phenomena. I will leave you to decide it is true or not. The story also garnered a lot of attention from movie makers, as they made a movie based on the events of the Matsushita house. The movie is called Matsushita House. It was filmed in 1990. You're all welcome to watch it if you like, or if you dare. That will be my horror story for Matsushita House.
Hell yeah.
Ooh. I actually been near that house.
Nice.
And as a person that has a lot of connection with his sixth sense, it's hella cursed. I should know because I've been near death twice in my life.
Oh, jeez.
It's got a 4.5 stars on Airbnb.
Oh, hell yeah. Let's go.
It's so good you will die to get there.
Apparently not enough for 5 stars.
But seriously, I will tell
There's always
the
that one
other
guy that
horror
just
story.
puts 1 star.
There's always that one guy.
Yeah.
I'll give you a horror story based on my own real life experience now.
Oh, hang on. Since,
We're going in a cycle.
Yeah, we're going in a
Of course.
cycle. So then, yeah. So the cycle right now turns back to me.
I was gonna say,
Huh?
I do unfortunately have to head off because I do have another thing that I.
Oh,
ended up
yeah, that's
having
right.
at
That's
the
right.
time.
Yeah.
So-
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Since it
Hi,
should be
man.
better since you guys. It's still getting to 3. I was gonna feel really bad if I would have left. It was just the two of you. I would have been like, shit.
Nah, it's fine.
I would have felt like such an asshole.
Nah, you're all good.
But thank you for
We are
having
all
me.
assholes in one way or another.
That is true. We all have one. But yeah, thank you for having me. It was fun.
Yeah.
I would love to do something like this again sometime, hopefully in the future.
Hell yeah.
Right. So, bye,
Alright.
guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Have a good one.
Alright. Well, I'm gonna drink some water. Oh, I need to resize the foogies now. Oops. There's no real good way to do this, is there? It's fine. Okay.
You know, if you do the group one, it just resizes it for you.
Huh?
There's like a group URL that'll.
Yeah, I'm
resize it
using
for
the
you.
group one.
Oh,
It's weird. Yeah.
strange.
I could do the individual ones now. I won't worry too much about it. It's fine. It's fine. It's good. It's fine. Alright. She sold happiness in glass jars. The poster read, "Happiness, sold in glass jars. Call today." And underneath the text was a phone number. I was walking home from a long, exhausting day of work when I caught a glimpse of the paper stapled to an old telephone pole. I took a picture of it, thinking it was amusing. I was going to show my wife once I got to our apartment, but I was caught up with chores and forgot about it. Dinner, dishes, laundry, packing a snack for our daughter, putting her to bed, then putting her toys away that she'd left out in the living room. Every night was the exact same routine. The next day, I awoke sleeping back to back with my wife. I always had to get up earlier than she did for my job, so I quietly got ready for the day and headed out the door. At work, I was updating the company's latest expense report. Most days were similar to this one. They were basically paying me to stare at a computer for 9 hours a day and input a couple numbers into a spreadsheet. I finished my work very quickly, so I decided to head out of the office early. It also helped that it was a Friday, and a lot of people leave early at the end of the week. On my way back, I was thinking of what my life had become. I did this often. I always dreamed of traveling when I was younger. I wanted to drive across the country or solo backpack across Europe. But I met Kelsey. Don't get me wrong, I loved Kelsey. I mean, I still do. We just don't have that spark anymore. When you meet someone and get in a relationship, whether it's meant to be or not, some of your personal life plans have to be put on hold. And then that relationship turns to marriage, and then you have a baby, and then you have to enroll your daughter in preschool, and then you have to get a better paying job and work more hours, and blah, blah, blah. I'm not trying to throw a pity party for myself. I'm just saying, I wasn't exactly content with where I was in my life. I wouldn't have referred to myself as a happy person. As I took the same route home that I did every day to work and back, I walked by the same poster I had passed the day before. I don't know why, I really don't, but I decided to call the number. I figured it would be some joke, maybe someone just picks up and says, "I love you," on the other end and hangs up. Or maybe it's just a line to a sex worker. I had no idea what to expect. I called. It only rang once before someone picked up. "Hello?" a woman said. Hi, I'm calling about your poster? Your ad?" "Oh, awesome," she said calmly. "When do you want to pick it up?" "Pick what up?" "The jar," she said, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. "Oh, of course, I realized that I had left work early without telling Kelsey, so I could just go pick it up now and she'd be none the wiser." "What exactly is it that you're selling?" "I just told you, it's happiness. In a glass jar, like the poster said. Happiness keeps best in glass jars. They're more durable than, say, a plastic bag." Okay. Should we meet somewhere?" "For sure. I don't want you to end up being a creep or something, so let's go to a public place. The public place we decided on was a Starbucks parking lot, a little over a mile from me. Now, I didn't think I was really going to be buying a jar of happiness or whatever. I was 99% sure she was going to sell me drugs. Maybe heroin would be in the jar. I remember thinking, oh no, happiness is probably a nickname for some street drug and I'm going to a drug deal. What if she's a cop? Am I going to be arrested? But something inside me told me to keep walking. So I did. I stood outside and texted her. I'm here. Cool, be there in a sec. What are you driving? A silver Camry. And as her final text came through, I saw her car pull in. She took a spot not too far from where I stood. I could see there was no one else in the car, which put my kidnapping fears to rest. She opened her door and stood on the pavement, looking around until her eyes met mine. I gave her a little nod of acknowledgement. She simply responded by waving her hand, gesturing me to come over to her car. So I did. She was young, maybe mid-20s, with curly golden hair. Her skin was pale and contrasted with the all-black outfit she was wearing. I thought she looked like Linda, the Good Witch from The Wizard of Oz, had put on the Wicked Witch's clothes. Nice day out, she said, as a greeting. Oh, yeah, it is. I hadn't really paid attention to it. You were the one that called about the jar, right? Yeah, that was me. Cool, well, here you go. She handed me a very small glass mason jar. It couldn't have been more than 2 inches tall. Inside it was a light. Not a light bulb, just light. It was like someone bottled up sunshine. It glowed even in the mid-afternoon daylight. It looked like a tiny sun, or a tiny universe existing in this little crystal-walled home. I was admiring it with no attempt to hide the awe on my face. Pretty rad, isn't it? What? What is it? You've asked that like 3 different times, I think. My answer is still the same. It's happiness. Happiness in a glass jar. What do I do with it? Keep it, she said simply. If you have any problems, shoot me a text. She started to get into her car. Wait, I said. I thought you were selling this. How much is it? Don't worry, man, she said with a smile. You'll pay. She closed her door, and I stepped out of her way as she backed up, then drove off. What the hell had just happened? What was I holding? I looked down at the jar again. Its radiance was simply mesmerizing. I put it in my pocket and could see its glow slightly through my pants. I began to walk home. What was just a nice sunny day quickly changed into a rainy one, with the clouds wrapping the sky. It was not forecasted that it would rain, or else I would have ridden the bus or subway to work that day. I jogged home, trying not to get too drenched. I finally found shelter once I made it into my apartment building. I walked up to my door and found that my key wasn't on my key ring anymore. Shit, I can't believe I lost it again, I thought. I knocked on the door and said in a somewhat loud voice, Hey babe, it's me. I don't know what happened to my key. I heard the door being unlocked on the other side. When the door opened, I was greeted by a large, heavy-set man with greasy hair and unkempt goatee. He said, I think you got the wrong door, bud. Oh, I said, disoriented. My bad, sorry, have a good one. He let out a chuckle as he closed the door. Apartment 33. I know that was my apartment. I know it was. I had been in apartment 33 for 5 years now, but that was not my apartment. From what I could see inside, all the furniture was different. It was painted in a different color. It was all wrong. I felt like I'd hit my head and was drugged. In the moment, nothing made sense. Jesus Christ. Timothy the Puppet King, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Ice Hole, motherfucker. Huh. I pulled out my phone to call Kelsey, so she could calm me down and tell me I just got confused for a second, but her contact wasn't in my phone. In fact, Nothing was in my phone. I had no messages with her. No previous calls, no pictures. It's like my phone was reset to its factory settings. Did that girl somehow switch my phone when it wasn't looking? I would have just dialed Kelsey's number manually, but I couldn't quite remember it. I had known it by heart before, but not anymore. I needed to get back to the office. I had all my contacts backed up on my work computer. Since it was still raining, I hopped on the bus, which had to stop right in front of the apartment complex. I rode downtown toward my office, the whole time staring at my wet shoes, wondering what the hell was going on. We have a key card access to our buildings. The only authorized personnel can get inside. I always kept my access card in my wallet, always. But surprise, surprise, it wasn't there. I buzzed into the speaker we had for guests with appointments or employees as backup in case anyone lost or forgot their card. Bzz. Hey, this is Tim. I must have lost my card. My employee number is... I stopped as I drew a blank. A voice came through the speaker. Tim? You got cut out. What's your employee number? I can't remember. That's fine. Just tell me your full name and department. Finance. I'm in finance. My full name is Tim Brooks. 1 sec. About 30 seconds later, the man spoke to me again. We don't have a Tim Brooks working in this building. Did you have an appointment with someone? I backed up in surprise, almost tripping on my own feet. I'd just been in that office an hour or two ago. What was happening to me? I felt like I was getting Alzheimer's, but going through every stage in one day. I stared at my hands, unsure if I was in the right body. I felt like the world around me was disintegrating. I wasn't in control. I was merely sitting inside somebody else's head, watching the world through their eyes. Then I just got a text. I recognized the number immediately. It was that girl, the one who gave me the jar. I had forgotten all about it until I saw her text. Hey, how's it going? I looked at my phone, dumbfounded. It made me angry. She was so nonchalant about this. She knew what was going on. She had done this somehow. What the hell did you do to me? The worst is yet to come. I was astronomically close to just chucking my phone as far as I could in frustration. I took the jar out of my pocket. It looked unchanged, still glowing, just as bright. What the fuck did you do? I yelled at the jar, realizing I probably looked like a lunatic. As I stared at its glistening glass, I realized something. I didn't know what my wife's face looked like anymore. I knew her name. Well, it started with a K. Or maybe a C. I couldn't picture her in my mind. I knew I had a wife. I knew I did, yes, but because I had a daughter. I had a wife and a daughter. I just couldn't remember their faces then, or their names, or their birthdays, or any memories I had with them. I know they existed. They did exist. I'd just seen them that morning, right? I couldn't remember how she looked or what she smelled like. What was our first date? We had a wedding, right? What about our first kiss? Or my daughter? Or was it my son? Maybe I didn't even have a kid, but my wife or girlfriend, she was real. I knew she was. The thought was tearing me apart. I couldn't see her in my head. I couldn't recall a single fact about her. I was standing outside of the same building. I was unsure why I was. Did I work there? I must work somewhere. The rain was accompanied by a chilly wind now. It was whipping at my face, making my nose and cheeks sting. I wanted to go home. I wanted to be with her. I wanted to be warm. I wanted to go into a shitty office job that kept a roof over my head. I wanted it all. I was soaking wet. I was miserable. I couldn't remember my parents or my childhood. Did I even have any friends? Why was I in the rain? I looked down at my hand. I was still clutching the jar. The only memory of my entire life I could concretely remember was that girl giving it to me, telling me it was happiness. It did not bring happiness, it brought pain, it brought suffering. I was more miserable in that moment than I'd ever been. My phone buzzed. Break the jar, Tim. I looked at my other hand. With the setting sun and the rainy sky, I swear the jar glowed brighter than any street light near me. I didn't break it because I was following her instruction. I broke it because I was angry. I broke it because I was upset. I needed a release. I raised my arm above my head and brought it down with one swift motion, shattering the jar into the concrete beneath my feet. The dark, chilly air accompanying the rain spread away like it was a shock wave of a bomb going off, and I was at the epicenter. I saw the warm, yellow light from inside the jar spread rapidly across the ground and ascend into the sky. It was as if I was watching the beginning of the universe being created. Like God had just snapped his fingers and said, "Let there be light." I was engulfed in it. I could no longer see street or rain or anything dark. I felt like I was plummeting into a star going faster than the speed of light. It felt like sitting in front of a fire on a cold winter's night, but that warmth was now covering every inch of my body. And then I blinked. Immediately, I could feel the sheets beneath me and my back barely touching my wife's and staring out the window. The morning light drenched through the glass and gleamed on my face. I stood from bed, grabbed my phone. It was Friday morning. I had one text. "Let me know if you ever need another jar." I called in sick to work. I snuck into my daughter's room and I greeted her with a kiss, and she told me she didn't have to go to preschool today. We were going to have a family day. She smiled and stretched out her arms with a yawn before curling up and falling back asleep. I got back into my bed and I squeezed my wife tightly. I didn't let her go for hours. Our daughter came into our room and woke us up eventually. She was jumping on the bed and shouting for us to wake up. Yesterday, I may have found that annoying. Yesterday, I may have found a lot of things annoying, or monotonous, or dull. But not today. Today I pulled her under the covers in between me and Kelsey. Today was going to be a good day. Today, I was happy. Huh. It's a good one. I like that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ugh. All right. Whew. All right. Let's go on to the next one.
How are you holding up?
Good. Of course, in the middle of when I'm talking, I get like this itch in my throat, and I'm just like, come on.
It's the worst.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty. Next one up.
Great.
There you go. Who?
Horror stories. You went to sleep on a Tuesday and woke up on Monday.
Immovable Bike played dicks for 50 bits. Thank you, Immovable Bike. Thank you for the dicks.
Okay, there we go. My job is watching a woman trapped in a room. 3 years ago, I was looking at the local job classifieds online when one of the ads caught my eye. Not because of what it said, because it said so little. Best I remember, the ad just read, "Job available, good pay, no benefits, discretion required." Then listed an email address. That was all. At the time, I was managing a music store, but I had already started hearing rumors that we would be shutting down within the next year, and the likelihood of a transfer to another store was slim. I had been morosely looking at the job listings for the last few days. This was the first one that stood out. Only because I was bored. It was weird. So I sent an email. Half an hour later, I had a response, telling me to go to a particular office building in an upscale part of the city at a precise time for my screening. I went, and after waiting for a few minutes in the lobby, I was taken to an office where I was given a series of forms and questionnaires to fill out. They collected them and told me they would be in touch. I'd almost forgotten about the whole thing until a month later. I got a call saying I'd moved on to the second stage of the hiring process. I was again given an address and time. When I arrived, this time it was a different nice office park, 20 miles away from the first one. I was met by a man who introduced himself as Mr. Solomon. He escorted me into a large room that contained a chair and a desk. On the desk were 2 large monitors, keyboard and mouse, and a bolted down metal box with 2 oversized buttons on it. One red, one green. He told me this room was a model for the practice I'd be working on. I would be working if I took the job. He described the job as follows. I would be working 7 shifts of 6 hours every week. My job would be simple. I would arrive work 10 minutes early and enter an outer area that was like a locker room. I'd have my own personal locker. I would store all belongings in the locker and change it to the previous provided work clothes. I was never, under any circumstance, to carry any item of my own into the surveillance room. I was never, under any circumstance, to take any item with me from the surveillance room. As for what I was to do in the surveillance room, I was told that the monitor on the left would constantly show a live stream from a high-definition camera in a remote location. My job was simply to watch the camera. Once an hour, I would get onto the computer attached to the right monitor and enter a brief log describing anything interesting that occurred in the last hour. I would have no pens or pencils or paper, and I should never try to take any kind of written notes about the work. As for the red and green buttons, the red button was only to be used if there was an emergency. That meant something on the video or in my workspace that required outside help. The green button was to be hit if I saw something on the video feed that was particularly noteworthy. It would tell other people somewhere that, at least in my opinion, something interesting was going on. Sullivan stressed that while I was given discretion on when to use this button, I should err on the side of using it if and only if and when something of real significance occurred. He pointed out the camera on the ceiling of the room we were in, said the real room would be the same. My work would be observed, and some other people were watching the room on the video feed as well. He said I was only a redundancy in case other systems failed. He then smirked and asked if I knew what he meant by redundancy. I nodded, trying not to show my irritation. I don't talk that good to people, so sometimes they think I'm dumb. That's okay. Let him think that if he paid me good enough. It was good. $35 an hour. This worried me. I was already thinking this was some kind of psych experiment or secret government job, which I was okay with. This kind of money to sit and watch a screen? My mom always told me that if something seems too good to be true, it probably is. And this was seeming too good to be true. I asked if I was going to be doing something illegal. Solomon laughed and said no. I asked if anyone was going to get hurt. Again, he shook his head no. He said the reason they were paying so much was because they needed employees that were motivated to be professional and discreet. The work they were doing was important, and for various reasons it couldn't be discussed. If I took the job, I'd have to sign papers promising I would never discuss my work there, or I could be sued, or locked up. I'm only breaking that now because of everything that happened. So I took the job. And because they wanted me to start right away, I had to quit the store with no notice. I felt bad about that, but I was excited about the new job too. It was a lot of money, and it seemed like easy enough work, if a bit boring. I was nervous that there was something more to it, but I told myself I would just have to see. No point in chickening out and wasting a good chance because I let my imagination go crazy. I was given the location of the job itself, and when I went there, I was amazed that it was really just like the model room I had been shown with only a few differences. There was a locker room that you had to pass through to enter the surveillance room, and there was a small bathroom attached to the real surveillance room also. The real room had a small water cooler in the corner, but because I wasn't allowed to bring anything in with me, I had to eat before or after every shift. The biggest difference, of course, was that the monitors were turned on. The right monitor was just a black and white terminal like you'd see in movies sometimes. You could type in my logs. I could type in my logs, but no internet to look at or anything like that. The left monitor was a video from a room. You'd call it a bedroom, I guess, because it had a bed in it. But it had lots of other stuff too. A TV, sofa and chairs, a couple of tables, plenty of empty space in between. The camera must be high up in the corner because I could see pretty much everything, except for the far sides of furniture. At first, though, I didn't notice any of that stuff. All I saw was her. She looked to be a little older than me, and this was very pretty. When I first saw her, she was laying on her side on the sofa. That was the part of the room furthest from the camera, but because the picture was very clear, I I could tell that she was sleeping. I felt myself leaning into the monitor so I could see her better. Then I thought about what I was doing and felt embarrassed. It's like I was spying on her. Peeping Tom, my mom used to call it. I didn't want to be a peeping Tom, but I didn't want to be silly either. I just needed to think about it slow. It was a good job, and I wasn't doing anything wrong, right? Wasn't hurting anybody. The woman looked fine, and the room was nice. She probably agreed to be there. It's all some kind of experiment or something. I was just overreacting. So I sat down in the chair and began my work. It didn't take long before I understood more. The woman I took to calling her Rachel wasn't there of her free will. I never saw her hurt, but it was clear that she never left that room, except to go into what I think is a bathroom area that my camera couldn't see. Well, she never left the room on her own. Periodically, usually a couple times a week during my shifts, men and women in strange-looking outfits would come in and take her from the room. Sometimes she would struggle, but usually she would just go along with her head held low. They would always bring her back, though the times when she wasn't brought back during my shift were always the worst for me. I would worry about her until I got to the work the next day, saw her in the room watching TV or painting. She never looked hurt or even that upset, except for when they took her. Even when she fought, they were always gentle with her. Still, I knew something was wrong. I considered quitting the job, or hitting the red button, getting someone to come in so I could get some answers, or calling the police and showing them what the camera was showing me. Except I was scared. Scared of losing my job, and scared of what these people might do to me if I quit and told on them. Solomon had told me when I took the job that part of being a discreet was not asking questions. I would never be allowed to do more than I had already been told. But I could never tell anyone what I did or saw, and I could never ask questions about what I was doing or why. So I made excuses. It was all an experiment. She was crazy, sick. They were trying to help her. She was doing a job just like I was. Or if she was really a prisoner somewhere, at least I was watching to make sure that she was okay. If they ever tried to hurt her, or I saw that she really didn't want to be there for sure, I could get help then. In a way, I told myself I was helping to protect her by watching. I don't expect you to think much of my excuses. I don't think much of them myself, especially now. But in my defense, when things changed, I didn't ignore it or try to explain it away. I knew something had to be done. Rachel would usually paint for an hour or two every day. It seemed to always be during my afternoon shifts. The room had no windows as far as I could tell, but I guess she either used a clock on her or her own body's time to keep a kind of schedule. I always liked to watch her paint. The thing she was painting was always facing the wrong way for me to see it, but I could see her face as she worked. She always looked peaceful, happy when she was painting. And seeing her that way, smiling serenely from time to time, she got something the way she wanted it, always made my day. I first noticed something was wrong when she started painting more frequently a few weeks ago. Her expression was more focused and serious. There was a tension to her movements that I wasn't used to seeing. At first I thought she was just really trying to work hard on something. I wanted her to tell her not to worry. Every few weeks the others would come in and take the old paintings out anyway, bringing in a new stack of, I think the word is canvas. It was more than her being focused. Something was wrong. She didn't look happy, and she was going for hours at a time. In the span of 3 days, she had finished 4 paintings. I'd been growing more and more worried watching her work. When she finished the 4th, I found myself telling her to stop and rest a while. I'd grown accustomed to talking to the monitor, talking to her in my own way, but she didn't stop. Instead, she began moving the paintings, arranging them on the back and seat of the long sofa at the far end of the room. That was the first time I had gotten to see any of the paintings. Even when the others were taking them out, they always seemed to be turned away from the camera. I was still worried about her, but I was also happy to finally see something that she had worked on, happy and amazed. They were beautiful. One was a beautiful green forest, another was an old stone well, the third was a house sitting alone on a small island. The last was an old-fashioned looking movie theater. All of them seemed like something out of a dream. Trailing lines of color mixing in the air, around them, leaves caught in the wind. It was only when I looked close that I realized the lights' color weren't random. They were words. Easy to miss if you weren't looking close, and by themselves they didn't seem to mean much. Just the ghost of a word somewhere in each of the paintings. Easy to lose in everything else that was being shown. I leaned into the monitor and squinted, trying to read the words. Then my heart started thudding as I made them out. Blinking and rubbing my eyes, I looked again, reading them out loud in order. Left to right, top pair, then bottom. Please help me, Thomas. Pushed back from the monitor, my hand open, over my mouth. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how any of this could be happening. It wasn't that she was asking for help, though that was a big part of it. It was that my name is Thomas.
Damn.
I'm getting like a big wave of allergies, so I feel my nose running and getting
Oh
clogged up.
no.
Oh god.
I'll be back in a sec. I just need to take a pill. I'll be back in a sec.
Okay.
I'll wait for you to come back. So, Seppi, how you been doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm glad it's the weekend. Finally.
Yeah. Ah, you won't believe what I've been doing this week.
Oh, what have you been doing?
I built a real great Gundam.
Ooh, that's fun.
Oh yeah, it was a pain in the ass and a half, but I love it. I want to get another one. And this one, I'm going to paint it with fluorescent ink, so it glows in the dark.
Hell yeah, let's go.
I'm not sure which one I want. If either I'm gonna get the bad guys mech models or the Gundam, but I know I'm getting a real grade, or if I can, perfect grade,
Hell yeah.
or if I can, metal builds. You can literally buy Gundams made of metal.
Ooh. Also,
But
JJ,
those
thank
cost-
you so much for the hydrate in the stretch.
Hydrate. I mean, rate will be very high after that. High rate. Oh, Jesus. Today I had 1 hour more of work because normally you get out of work at 4, but today I had to get off at 5.
Yeah, I feel that.
And
I had to
next
work
week,
late too.
next week I think, if I'm not mistaken, we're gonna have to change to daylight saving times.
Oh, is it next week?
Oh, at least for me. I don't know
Fair.
for everybody else.
Was it?
And it's not because my country uses it. It's because the work that I do is in the United States, even though I'm in my home country in Peru. So we move with their time.
Interesting.
Though I also get sometimes work from UK.
Yeah, I wonder... When is daylight savings time? Daylight savings 2022.
I think it's next week, in the 30s, 31st.
November 6th. So, still a ways away. Still a couple weeks.
What's then?
Daylight saving.
Yeah. November 6th.
Well, this is a story that is very
Callback.
scary because it actually happened to me, which will explain. This first story will explain what happened on the second story. It's basically two stories in one.
Okay.
Okay, you remember how I said in my first story how I have a very strong sixth sense?
Mm-hmm.
Well, this story will explain it, and it will explain the follow-up story. It's basically one story that gives birth to the other. You see, I was literally born dead. When I was born in the military hospital in my home country, and unfortunately I was born dead. You see, the umbilical cord was wrapped on my neck, and I didn't get enough oxygen, and I was laying dead on the table. What happened was that because of that, I was declared dead. And as soon as they were going to sign the papers, which was approximately between 9 to 10 minutes later, for some reason I came back to life. A lot of people would say, oh, that's not possible. You must have some sort of damage to them. But no. And many years later, after having many tests done on my person, because obviously any mother would be worried about their kid having some sort of mental or handicap due to lack of oxygen, but all tests resulted that I had zero problems in my brain, even though I was literally dead for 10 minutes. Well, because of that, this is what happened. Due to me being literally dead for 10 minutes, I was able to see things that other people couldn't see. My mother would always catch me talking to invisible angels, and they were always telling me about stuff that was hidden around the house, and I will unerringly find anything that they will hide away from me, from toys, and sometimes found stashes of stuff that I wasn't supposed to, like my father's guns that he will keep locked away. And for some reason, I was able to very quickly reach. Then my mother and father decided to lock away the stuff and put a little gate. What happened was, we live on a duplex apartment that had 2 floors, and the stairs were rather large for a little kid to go down. One day in the morning, I woke up and my mother was screaming afraid because she found me laying asleep on the statue on the first floor of the apartment. For some reason, I was right there on the statue's arm, sleeping soundly, with the gate still closed, with zero ways of me being able to climb it or open it whatsoever. As time went by, my ability became a little bit more scary to my parents. For that reason, they brought in a priest. When he came, he laughed and said, he is not possessed, he doesn't have anything, just being blessed by the Lord. So I will help him by pouring a sacramental ointment on his head. And he ointed me with sacramental oil. With that, a lot of people would have thought that my ability to see the realm beyond, my sixth sense, would be locked. However, I just literally learned how to control it better. But it would flare from time to time. And this happened when I was 14, 15 years old. I went on my school, we went to a trip. It was 3 days, 3 nights. We went camping, and when we came back, I laid on the first floor of the apartment on the sofa, looking at the window. However, to make this thing more understandable, I said that we live in a duplex. However, the duplex wasn't in the first floor. It was in the last floor, which was the fifth floor. It means that the fifth and sixth floor were our apartments. As I was laying on the first floor of our apartment,
You're a poopy head.
I saw a black shadow come from the window. It came and it pointed right at me. And I looked at it. There was no hands, but I could tell he was pointed at me. He was a robe entity, not unlike the Dementors from Harry Potter. However, they didn't have those silly looks. It was just emptiness, complete and utter darkness. It pointed at me, and then I could feel the hesitancy on the figure as it looked at me, looking like at something that wasn't there before, like it couldn't understand what I was doing there. Then he simply bowed and vanished like it was just shadows. I was unable to move back then. My body wouldn't respond. I felt locked in place. I could scream, but I really didn't feel the need for because I knew nothing would happen. The entity simply regarded me with curiosity. And once its curiosity was satisfied, it left. When I told my mother, she would say, "You must be dreaming, because nobody can get in here." And that's true. It's impossible to climb all the way up there on the 5th floor. And then, many years later, as I lay sleeping on my bed, I was looking at the window and I saw a black cat. I was sweating a lot, delirious due to the fever. However, the cat came in and laid in my chest. The cat felt cold to the touch, and it laid on my chest and I felt refreshed, and I was able to fall asleep. The next morning, I woke up refreshed, fever being nothing more than a memory, and I was looking everywhere for the cat that had come through my window, when I realized my window was looking outside, where there is no safety stairs of any kind. So how did the cat got into my room? However, all said and done, neither of those two things were ever doing harm to me. If anything, the first one, it showed curiosity towards me. Like looking at something that was weird, but familiar. Something on the uncanny valley, perhaps, to that creature. However, the cat, as spooky as it could be, was nothing more than a helpful being that was trying to relieve me of my pain when I lay suffering from very hot fever on a very, very bad night. And there you have it.
Cool.
Nice.
I always had a really strong sixth sense for spirits and the sorts. That's why I'm actually pretty good at doing tarot card readings, and rune readings, and blood readings.
Nice. Nice. Nice.
So if anybody wants to do a blood reading, I'm always available. Oh, I also know how to interpret dreams as well.
Cool. Cool. Cool.
Get your tarot card readings here. 100 bits a pop.
I know I have my tarot deck somewhere.
I made my own tarot deck.
Nice.
I made it using Fate Grand Order characters.
Hell yeah. Love Fate.
Yeah, I love it too.
Alright.
Astolfo for life.
Hell yeah. I think we should
You let-
finish.
Yeah.
I think we should finish off with the part 2 to this no sleep story. And then probably call it there. Because we've been going for a while.
As long as we make sure that there's not a part 3 as well.
Oh, fuck, you're right. Let's see.
How many parts is this?
I do not know. Let's see. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Oh, there is a part 3. Fuck.
There's a part 3.
God damn it. I mean, it's not that long.
No, not really, but
Yeah, we could probably do.
is there
Yeah.
part 4?
Let's check. How many parts? How many parts? How many parts are there? How many parts? Fuck!
At least.
How
Is that
many
what it is?
parts? How many parts are there? How many? How many? How many parts? How many parts?
Part 5.
Oh,
Final part.
5 parts. Fuck. What do y'all think?
Well, I have
I mean-
nothing to say at that. I mean, it's your decision at the end.
I mean, let's read part 2 and see how we feel.
Alright.
Because if it's not compelling, we can just we can just end
Yeah,
there.
just drop it. It's boring now. Goodbye.
I don't want to play with you anymore. Alright. My job is watching a woman trapped in a room. Part 2. I thought about the camera above me and took my hand away from my face. I rolled back to the desk and sat there, trying to stop from shaking. Trying to make myself take a breath. Think about it slow. The first thing was, should I hit a button? The red button was for an emergency. If she was a prisoner or something, she was trying to escape, they might think that it was an emergency, but no one had been hurt that I knew of. And I think Mr. Solomon meant save that for something that was like a police or ambulance emergency, not something like this. But what about the green button? This was definitely something noteworthy. Not only that she was asking for help, but that she was asking me for help. I made myself stop for a moment. I couldn't know for sure she was asking me. I had gone to school with several boys named Thomas. It was a common name, but chances of her painting that name when I was working here? I didn't want to be silly, but I wasn't trying to be too... what's that word? Mom used to say it when she read her angel books. Skeptics. I didn't want to be a skeptic either. I had to believe it was probably meant for me, and that was something they would want to know. But should I hit the green button? My hands were drifting toward the middle box on the desk, but I hesitated. I didn't like breaking rules, and I was scared of what would happen if I broke these. If they were really holding her prisoner, then they were probably very bad people, but I didn't know that. Maybe they were good and she was bad, but I looked back at the monitor for the first time since reading the words. Rachel was already moving the paintings back off the sofa, as though she knew the message had been received. A canvas in each hand, she glanced up at the camera as she moved across the room, and it felt like she was looking right at me. My chest tightened, and my hands moved away from the buttons. No, I didn't think she was bad. I had watched her for years. I felt like I knew her. I felt like I knew her, would know if she was bad. Strange as it seemed, in a way, she was my friend, and I was going to try and help her. I spent the rest of my shift trying to act normal and think of what to do. I knew whoever else was watching might have noticed the paintings or seen how I acted, but I couldn't worry about that. I would try and play it cool and try and think of how I could help her. The only people I had actually met connected me to the job were a couple of people when I filled out the papers, and then Mr. Solomon when he showed me the model rooms and told me the job. I had no way of contacting any of them except through these buttons. My checks were deposited electronically, and I had never run into anyone else who worked at the surveillance room. That thought made me stop a second. I had always thought it was weird that I never ran into someone while I was coming or going. The person I was taking over for, the person who was taking over for me, I had always figured there must be other people, other surveillance rooms, and they just scheduled us so we didn't run into each other. And I still thought there were others. Part of why I thought that was because it seemed like I wasn't the only person who used my surveillance room. The water cooler, the toilet paper, the soap, they all seemed to go down faster than I think I was using it by myself. If that was true, maybe I could figure out who they were, and maybe they would be safer to talk to than whoever it was that I worked for. I got off work at 8 that night, and instead of grabbing some food and going home, I drove my car around the block, then parked down the street from the building where I worked. Nothing had changed while I drove around for a minute. No new cars had parked or anything. And if I was right, they didn't send anyone to replace me until they were sure I was gone anyhow. So I sat and waited. I was tired and the streets were pretty empty and boring, but I was too excited and scared to fall asleep. Every time a car passed or someone walked down the sidewalk, I tensed. I kept imagining an SUV or a van pulling up behind me. Men getting out and pulling me from my car, taking me somewhere, like where they had Rachel, to kill me or torture me. Half a dozen times I almost cranked up and drove away, but every time I would think of her alone in that room. She had no one but me to help her, and I had to try. 2 hours later, a fat balding man parked and started heading for the building. As soon as I saw he was able to unlock the door and enter, I opened my car door to go talk to him. Then I stopped. I needed to be smart. I didn't know where they were, but I was sure they were hidden cameras in the locker rooms and outside the building. If I go running in there and confront the guy, they'll know for sure that I'm up to something. Sighing with frustration, I shut the door back and waited until his shift was over. I considered tailing him like in the movies, but I was scared I would just lose him or he would call someone for help. So I waited until he was walking back to his car after a 6-hour shift. Hopefully far enough away that the cameras wouldn't see. And then I met the man I came to know as Charles Jeffries. Hey man, can I talk to you for a minute? His back was to me, and he just waved his hand absently without looking up. Sorry, I don't have any money. Have a good... He froze as he glanced back at me while talking. Oh God, no, you need to get out of here, kid. We aren't allowed to talk. I could tell he was scared, but I couldn't risk letting him go yet, not after all this. I stepped up and pushed the door back shut as he was trying to get into his car. So you know who I am. I tried not to sound mean, but I could hear how mad I was in my voice. He yanked the door again, but I was still holding it, and I was stronger than he was. After a second weaker tug, he turned around, his face strained and tired-looking. Yeah, I know who you are. You work here just like me, and I'm telling you, we aren't supposed to be talking. We aren't supposed to meet, ever. I frowned. Mr. Solomon never told me that. He never said it was one of the rules. The man shook his head. Mr. Solomon. Yeah. Well, there are plenty of rules that they don't tell you. I bet they didn't tell you what you were going to be watching before you started, did they? When I lowered my eyes, he went on. Yeah, me either. I've been at this job for 10 years. I've seen other people come and go, usually because they broke one rule, one of those rules they never mention. The only reason I'm still here is because I keep my head down and my mouth shut. He wagged a finger at me. You should do the same, if it's not already too late. I felt my stomach curling into a cold knot. Too late? The man rubbed his face. Kid, do you think that they don't know we're talking? Do you think anything happens that they don't know about? He looked back towards the building, a look of sadness and fear in his eyes. Hell, for all I know, you've already killed us both. Shaking his head. He pushed me back and started opening the door. Either way, I'm done risking it. You need to stop asking questions and do your job. It's a lot healthier. With that, he got into his car and shut the door. I didn't try to stop him this time. Even though I had already been worried about what he was telling me, hearing it confirmed was paralyzing. What exactly was my plan? He probably didn't know any more than I did, and even if he did, what could I do with anything he told me? I walked back to my car with a heavy heart. I'm still afraid, but more than that, I was sad and ashamed. I wanted to help Rachel, but I wasn't sure how. I wasn't giving up, but as I drove back to my apartment, I couldn't think of what I should do next. This wasn't a movie. I wasn't a hero, and the only ideas I had left were to either go to the police, who might be controlled by whoever I worked for, or try to get proof of her being held prisoner myself. As I parked my car and walked into my apartment building, I made a decision. Unless I thought of something better overnight, I would do both ideas. Tomorrow I would break the rule about carrying anything in. I'd use my phone to record a video of the surveillance room, of Rachel, and how she was trapped somewhere, and of me telling everything else I knew, and I would email it to every newspaper, website, and internet channel I could think of. I'd then go to the police and give them a copy too, if I could make it that long without getting caught. Maybe if I did all that, even if they got me, someone would help Rachel. I was filled with worry and dread at the idea of being hurt or killed. A part of me kept saying I should just do as I was told and hope it all went away. But I couldn't live with myself if I did that. Even if I messed up, I felt like I had to try. I was so preoccupied that I didn't hear the person coming up from behind me as I unlocked my apartment door. Thomas? I turned around and felt my legs weaken as I stumbled back against my door. I had to be dreaming or crazy. I grabbed the doorknob for support as I looked at the woman in front of me. It couldn't be her, but somehow it was. Rachel?
I love a good SCP story.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, that sounded very SCP-SC.
Yeah.
Hey,
Shadowy organization, supernatural beings,
Yeah.
the hapless everyman.
Also, hello, Spray Tag. Hello.
I just ate You want to hear the biggest flex I can give to Americans?
Well,
I just ate a Kinder Egg.
they're back in the States.
Really?
Yeah, they've been back for a while.
But not the actual eggs, right? You mean like
Yeah.
the eggs that you can open and there's one have the toy and then inside there's like a cream and chocolate
Yeah,
that you eat with a spoon?
Oh, you mean?
yeah.
Do you mean Cadbury's, not Kinder?
No,
No,
that's
no.
Kinder. Cadbury eggs are just the cream eggs. The Kinder eggs are the ones that have the toys inside them. I got some for Christmas the last couple of years.
Really?
Yeah. I've
Last
seen them
time
at
I
the
was in the
stores.
United States,
I'm pretty sure the
they were illegal to even bring them.
Yeah, that was
yeah,
back
they,
in
that got
the
reversed
FDA.
a couple.
You know,
Let me
I
see
mean,
what it
you
means
have to
exactly.
consider how bad education level is in the United States for kids to literally kill themselves with little plastic toys because
Yeah,
their parents are
back
not
in
looking what they're doing.
Yeah.
2017, Kinder eggs were legalized.
Yeah, I remember because I remember stocking them on the shelves when I worked at a gas station. And that
It
wasn't
was
that
just
long
that
ago.
it was under gigantic sweeping laws saying if you have a non-edible thing inside of an edible thing, you can it's illegal.
Oh,
yeah.
then they should. Okay, then definitely they will have a problem with blood pudding and Christmas.
I think that
I mean,
that's the case. I think blood pudding is illegal. Yes.
No, no, no. Blood pudding in UK, when you eat it in Christmas, most of people they always put a silver coin in it, and whoever gets the silver coin, they will have very good luck on the year.
I mean, yeah, but that's just a tradition. It's not like a thing that's like sold
We
at a
have-
grocery store.
Cane cakes in Louisiana for Mardi Gras.
Yeah, you put little
They
babies
just
in it.
Bake a small little plastic baby in the king cake. Whoever gets the baby Jesus, they buy the
Yeah.
next one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
King
baking
cakes are so
something
good.
into a.
And
I-
baking. Yeah.
Don't know why king cakes were legal when Kinder eggs weren't.
I mean,
Because they're a choking hazard.
I think they're local bakery things. I don't know if they're
Fair
like
enough.
local bakeries can
Local
get away
bakery
with a
above the
lot of
law.
stuff. Yes.
I mean, have you seen the sex shop bakeries?
I mean, sex toys aren't illegal
Huh?
in the United States.
No, sex store bakery, like bakeries that they literally sell sexualized cakes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
For like bachelorette parties.
Yeah, that's not illegal.
They tried to make them illegal.
Well, yeah, they try to, but there's technically nothing wrong with them.
I mean, if
They
you're
can't
doing
stop
something
us.
wrong, but nobody knows what you're doing, is it really wrong?
A little bit.
A little bit.
Let me put it this way: if you're doing something the wrong way and nobody knows what you're doing, are you really doing it the wrong way?
Yeah,
It
because
is
there are
too
moral
general a
things.
statement to make a comment on it.
Isn't morality more of a concept than an idea? I mean, different
That's the same
people
thing.
will have.
Ideas and concepts are the same thing.
Ideas and
Really?
concepts. Yes,
Am I confusing the words that I'm trying to use?
probably.
Maybe. Yeah.
Possibly.
Anyways, it's just a concept. Like different people have different values to what morality is. So
True.
morality is not something stationary; it's ever changing.
Yeah, and that's why they can't really make too many laws on it unless it's, you know, something that's just generally wrong to do.
Or there's enough people upset about it, or a loud enough group upset about it.
Parenting marriage is not a thing right now. It is probably morally wrong to lock a woman up in a room.
Yes.
You probably don't do that one.
Yeah.
What if the woman is psychopathic and a danger to everybody?
We're
and
about to find
themselves?
out in part 3.
Yeah, part 3, Rachel. Damon, it's your turn.
Well, I have to
Welcome
go
the
right
new
now because
Versatile Information Hub.
I'm gonna walk my dog. I'll be right back. All right.
Okay.
I'll leave the stream on.
I think you clicked on the
Oh.
Rachel tag instead of the part 3 tag.
Oh. What the fuck? Hang on. Oh no, I can't
You-
go
You
back.
made a new tab. You made a new tab instead of.
Fuck. Hang on.
So Control Shift T. Control Shift T.
Whoa, that's how you do that? Control Shift T. Hang on. Wait, Control Shift T.
There you go.
There we go. Ba 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 ba.
Doesn't work for
Da-da-da.
incognito tabs.
I
has
never
to be
really
in your
use
history.
The only time that I use incognito tabs is when I'm looking for plane tickets.
Porn. When you're looking for porn.
Nah, I do that on my main
Oh, yeah, it's
browser.
like-
If I die, I die. Alright.
Yeah, life hack from all of us in Seppi's chat to you, chat. Look at all your plane tickets in incognito mode because
Yeah.
a lot of sites can use cookies to see, hey, you're looking at this trip a lot. What if we bump the price up like $50? Will you still pay that?
Yeah. Same thing with train
You seem
tickets
like you
as well.
really want this ticket.
Yeah.
Yeah, anything with travel, you should probably do in a private browser.
Yeah. That's the only thing that I do in a private browser. I don't understand these people who are just like, I'll put my porn in the incognito tab. It's just look it up. You're already looking it up. Just look it up.
Yeah, but I don't want my forum history. I don't want somebody typing in like Google search results and seeing my autocompletes.
I mean, what the fuck are you searching? Listen. I kink shame myself more than anyone else will ever kink shame me. This is how it is. Then again, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't talk. I used to do porn. Maybe I shouldn't talk. Maybe I am the one with no morals. maybe I should just shut up. Maybe everybody else is normal and I'm just like, oh, what do you mean?
It's different for everybody. That's the lesson.
That's fair. Different strokes for different folks. I mean
It's
that
a pain,
figuratively.
but
and literally.
ultimately, you do have to do everything by a case-by-case basis.
Yeah. Damn it, why can't everything just be black and white? It'd be so much easier. Damn, but could
the
you
black and white situation of my job is to watch a woman trapped in a room, part 3.
Yes. You're black and... Yeah. Oh. Gone sexual, gone deadly. Gone sexual, gone deadly, gone... erotic? Gone... gone sicko mode?
Among Us. She hesitated a moment before breaking into a smile.
Oh my god. Oh my gosh, she was sus. And then I vented. The end. The internet has ruined any sense of humor I might have had.
The brain poisoning is complete.
It's like I was brain poisoned and I died from the brain poison and then I come back. And
You can't
I
look
still
at two
have
ovals vaguely overlapping each other.
I
and
hate
not
it.
think Among Us.
Mungus. Ah! I'm ruined. I can't look at a group of lines. I can't look at a
Is
group
this
of
lost?
fucking lines.
Is this
Ah!
lost?
I don't know anymore.
Dang pattern-seeking brain.
Yeah. Does your brain
Your
do the
pareidolia
thing?
tendencies.
Pareidolia. What is that?
Seeing like faces and things that don't have faces.
Oh, I was literally just about to ask you if you had that. I just
Yeah.
didn't know the word for it.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Ah,
That's the official name for it. Pareidolia.
pareidolia. Interesting. Yeah, because my brain does that all the time. Hello, alarm. Please stop. Thank you.
Beep beep.
It's not the weekday. I don't have to go lay down now. I get to be up. Like a big boy.
Telling the scary story to each other.
No, it's a boogie.
What was your favorite one so far? I'm actually quite liking this one.
Yeah, this one's really good. I really liked the Whistler one. Whistler one was good.
Yeah.
Hey, spooky. I just sometimes my brain does that thing where whenever I read something that I like, my brain is just like, okay, well, this is how we could recreate it into an animated thing. And then I have to stop my brain and go, hey, we don't know animation. And my brain goes, okay, but hear me out.
What if?
And then I
Consider.
always listen. Consider the following.
I mean, you could probably get a copy of Adobe Premiere. Make that timeline.
That's true. I know how to storyboard stuff. I just don't know how to animate good. I can do really, really janky animations, but...
Oh man, you would have been a hit in the Flash animations.
Hell yeah, dude. Flash animation fucking built up something in me.
R.I.P. Miniclip.
Ah! I'm so upset! I was literally just thinking the other day of, like, some of the sites that I used to, like, play on a lot when I was, like, a kid and a teenager. And Miniclip, I remember my friend showing me Miniclip for the first time. And I played the shit out of that. I played the shit out of, like, all of the different games. I'd literally spend, like, days just doing that during summer break.
I'm right there with you.
Like... Oh, I wonder what's gonna happen to their 8-ball pool.
Oh, one of my favorite ones was the heli attack.
Yeah, I remember that one. Trying to think. There was a little fishing game where you would go and the hook would go down and you would try and go down and get
Oh,
a certain
vertical
amount of
fishing?
fish. Yeah! That one was good. And then that led me to the KnitRom games. I don't know, is it KnitRom or KnitRome? Something like that. They had a bunch of the really, like, well-designed ones. Like Feed Me, and there was one that I played all of the time that was, like, a Yeti. They were all, like, platforming games.
I remember a site called Mo Fun Zone, which was when I first
Oh,
realized
yeah.
you could do, like, you could just play Link's Awakening emulated in a browser. That blew my mind.
Holy shit. I wish I had known this at the time. I think I'm thinking of cool math games.
That one too, yeah.
That one was good.
Let's see. Yeah, the big three, or I guess four. It's like Armor Games, Miniclip, Cool Math Games. And
Congregate.
I remember playing a lot of games that were published by Congregate. I never actually went to this site.
Oh, I used to play on the site all the time. I used to absolutely just play every single game they had in the escape room categories. Love that shit.
Yeah, like the what was that? You just unlocked like a core memory at Submachine.
Yeah,
Like that
yeah.
series of escape rooms.
Yeah. It actually led me to just this company that makes these hand-drawn ones that are super, super satisfying and just really bizarre and eerie. The Rusty Lake games. So it's like Cube Escape and like they're really good. They've uploaded all of their games onto Steam. And if you like escape room and click and point adventure, it is very good. I very much recommend them.
And
That
if you
shit is
feel
my
any
jam.
sense of nostalgia for flash games of your childhood, there's a program you can download called a Flashpoint.
Yeah. I need
Which
to
is just a launcher
that.
plus database of as much Flash stuff as possible.
hell
Or
yeah.
there's like a best of Flashpoint, which is only a measly like 30 gigabytes.
Jeez.
It's like 30 gigabytes of Flash games, which is enormous. Or
Yeah.
you can get the Flashpoint version of, as far as I can tell, pretty much everything Flash ever,
Damn.
which is about 800 gigabytes.
I miss those fucking... The one, like the
Games,
Disney
tunes.
Channel. The Disney Channel ones and like the Cartoon Network ones. Like, there was one, I think it was for, like, My Gym Partner's a Monkey. It was like
Yeah,
a big
I remember Cartoon
platformer.
Network having games too.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a My Gym Partner's a Monkey one that was like a huge platformer, like achievement type game that I used to just fucking play for hours. So
This
good.
website was more than just 5 websites.
Yeah.
The internet.
Internet. I wonder if Pop Tropic is still up. I'm gonna cry if it isn't.
That sounds familiar.
You would go to these islands, and they were kind of like a point-and-click adventure kind of game, but then they got more complex, and you would have to do, like, you would battle people, you would do all these mini-games. There was, like, Pop Tropica Island, and then there was stuff like 24 Karat Island, and, like
This might have
Time
been
Twist
overlapping my
Island.
time.
Maybe. I don't know. I was...
2017 or 2007.
Yeah, I was about to say. I'm not that young. God. I loved Pop Tropica. There was one that was with all of
The website is
Greek.
still up.
Fuck yeah. I might do a fucking Pop Tropica stream at some point. Fuck yeah, let's go.
Either that or Maple Story.
I never ended up playing MapleStory.
You know what we should do and get everybody as much people as we can into?
What?
Make one big like RuneScape series.
Oh my god. I haven't played RuneScape in ages.
I know that one is still alive and well.
I was always very bad at it. Oh man. Suki buddy. Ba-ba-ba-ba.
Da-da-da-da.
Make a big, make a small. Make a big, make a small. Small. Big. Big.
They're so tiny. So large. but so
Oh.
tiny.
Still more spooky Nintendo music. Keep going. Hell yeah.
Well, we just got to the end of the playlist.
It's been on autoplay.
Oh, yeah, does it do the thing where it's like, are you still watching?
Sometimes. It did yesterday. I love.
Does Reddit have like a seal medal?
Yeah, it does. It's Wholesome Award. That is far from what I am. Yes, give
I'm
me
glad
all
you
the
made the joke
Wholesome
and not me,
Awards.
but I was thinking it.
Gold Award, Helpful Award.
Man, I remember when Reddit Gold was like a meme.
Yeah. Oh.
Now you could pay real money to just give a gold medal to a post.
Yeah. Yeah. I haven't been on Reddit, like actually on like my Reddit account in so long. It's like my consciousness goes from one shitty website to another.
I
And
don't really use it either. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
it's like the one social media site that I haven't actually like deep dived into.
See, I used to use it like I use Twitter now. Which I spent way too much time on Twitter. Oops. Oops. Oops, I hyperfixated. Oops. Oops, I gotta
People
post
think
every
you're unhinged
dumb...
on Twitter. Just imagine what you what you were posting on Reddit.
It wasn't that bad. It was honestly a lot more curated. I didn't post like every single dumb ass thought I was having because
Never stop.
it's not really, there's not really a place to really do that on Reddit. But once I was shown what I can do on Twitter, I'm just like, oh, I can just go fucking buck wild. Gotcha. Cool.
Buck wild.
Oh, Suki. Oh, Suki. Come on, Suki.
I'm pretty sure he intended us to continue reading while he was walking.
Oh, oops.
We
You
just sort
want-
of got sidetracked.
That's true.
I can-
Alright.
I can read.
Okay.
She hesitated a moment before breaking into a smile. Is that what you call me? I like it. My name's actually Melanie, though. I felt my face reddening. Of course her name wasn't actually Rachel. It was just something I made up in my head. Still, my embarrassment couldn't keep up with my confusion and joy. Is it really you? She nodded. Yeah, it's me. Rachel, Melanie, grunted as I stepped forward and started hugging her. Laughing, she hugged me back for a moment, but then she whispered in my ear. Thomas, we need to talk. Not out here. Can we go inside? I broke away and nodded, wiping at my eyes as I tried to finish unlocking the door with a shaking hand. My heart was pounding and I still felt like I was a strange and wonderful dream. When we had gotten inside and sat down on my living room sofa, I forced myself to focus on the biggest question I had. How? Melanie had been smiling as we sat down, but now she looked worried and sad. Thomas, that's what I'm here to tell you. Things aren't like you think they are. They never have been. I frowned in a new line of fear cutting through my happy haze. What do you mean? She held the bridge of her nose for a moment, looking down like she was trying to figure out how to say whatever it was she had to say. Thomas, you're part of a psychological experiment. I've been a part of it for longer than you have as one of the actors, and I still don't know all the details. I'm pretty sure it's run by some government agency, and I know they're investing a lot of money and time into it. For what reasons, that I'm not so sure. I realized I was wringing my hands. No, that wasn't right. Couldn't be right. This was some kind of trick. Melanie went on. What I do know is that you're being watched as a long-term subject. They have constructed this whole scenario where you do a secret job watching someone, me, who looks like that might be trapped. They gave you instructions and a way of making choices. You've got buttons or something you could choose between, right? I nodded weakly, my tongue thick in my throat. Yeah, a red one and a green one. She sighed and nodded. I think they're testing how much you'll obey, what choices you'll make based off your morals, your intelligence, and your fear. If it's interesting, at least I thought so when I first joined up 6 years ago. They never officially given me many details, just the overall gist, but people talk. The other actors and me. Sometimes we hear things, and we gossip. She smiled sadly. That's what caused me to start feeling bad. I interrupted. Other actors? Melanie's eyes widened. Oh, shit, yeah, sorry. I think they still call him Mr. Solomon? And there are other actors, too. When I just stared at her, she went on. Anyway, for a long time, it was just the normal job, right? I spent 6 hours a day acting like I'm this trapped girl, mainly faking painting or watching TV. You know, boring stuff. I couldn't help but interrupt again, hating the hurt trembling in my voice. You fake the painting? You aren't really painting those wonderful pictures? Yep. Melanie looked embarrassed. Oh, sorry, I can't paint a bit. I'm a pretty good singer, though. She tried to smile, faltered. Reaching forward, she touched my arm. That's why they always have the paintings turned where you can't see them. You're already done beforehand. All you ever see is some blank canvases, and, well, when they want me to show you something. Her expression darkened as she went on. That's why I had to break the rules and contact you. When they started doing this hidden message, mind game bullshit, I got worried. Worried you would take it too serious, that you could get hurt, or even hurt yourself. As soon as you left your shift tonight, I talked to one of the guys in the video department. He told me about how you had reacted. Showed me how you were still parked down in the street from the building. I drove over. The bedroom set is in a building outside of town. Saw you sitting in your car, and I almost approached you then. I was scared of getting caught and fired. So I parked, waited until I could follow you somewhere else, let you know I was okay. She blinked back tears. I'm ashamed to say that I've almost left a couple times. I don't want to lose this job. I tried to tell myself you would be okay after a day or two. I could get them to change the script enough that you felt like I was okay, wouldn't worry too much. I felt an angry heat growing in my chest. Well, that's nice of you. She looked up, her eyes red. I know I'm a shit, I'm sorry. I was being selfish and cowardly, but I didn't actually leave. And then when I saw Charlie leaving the building, I saw you running over to talk to him. I knew they were escalating it even further. Charlie? Melanie rolled her eyes in frustration. Shit, yeah, Charlie Jeffries. Charlie Jeffries. He's another actor. In an earlier version of the experiment, he actually played Mr. Sullivan, but they decided he wasn't scary enough. So now he's usually one of the suits. He's actually done that for your version a lot. You just can't recognize him under all that getup they wear. Kept curling and uncurling my hands in my lap. This is all too much. It felt like a pinball going between anger and relief, embarrassment and confusion. So all that stuff he told me, that was all just to scare me? See how I'd react? She nodded and she sniffed and wiped her nose with the back of her hand. Yeah, I'm sorry. That's why I knew I couldn't wait any longer to tell you. I could see how worried and scared you were going back to your car. I pulled my arm back from her touch. Well, thanks, I guess. At least you stopped me before I went to the police and looked like a joke in front of them, too. I just wanted her gone. Her sympathetic, pitying eyes off me. Thanks for stopping by, letting me in. I tried to make my voice sound hard and unfeeling, but it came out watery instantly. I turned away from her so she couldn't see as I started to cry. If you don't mind, I need some time to think about everything. It's a lot. A moment passed, and then her hand was on my shoulder. Thomas, you don't have anything to be embarrassed about. They are very good at what they do. All you did was what you thought was right, because you're a good man. I shrugged. I thought you were in trouble. I wanted to help. She gently turned me towards her. When I looked up, she smiled and sniffled again. I know, but you need to realize most people wouldn't have tried to help. Not when it meant giving up their job, or risking themselves like that. Not for a stranger. I wiped my face as I looked away. Oh, I still feel dumb, but I'm glad it's not real. Glad you're okay. That we both are. Paused and caught her eye again. We are, aren't we? Safe, I mean. She hesitated before nodding. Yeah, I think so. Like I said, they have a lot invested in whatever this is. And the fact they're willing to go as far as they have with you makes me wonder. Never seen any signs of anyone getting hurt. I think the worst that could happen is one or both of us gets fired. I felt my face getting red again. Oh, don't worry about that. I'm gonna quit tomorrow. Finally get to hit their damn buttons. Maybe both of them. Started to smile. Then I saw the look on Melanie's face. Thomas, please don't do that. I don't think they would hurt us, but if you up and quit, they'll figure out I've talked to you. I don't think they watch us all the time, but I don't know what they can find out. You know, tracking cell phones, spy satellites, whatever. I'm taking a big risk just being here, and I don't want them catching on. I took a step back from her. So you want me to keep getting paid to trick people like me? She reached out and grabbed my right hand. I've been clenching it unconsciously, and it relaxed at her touch. No, I don't want to, but I wasn't expecting this. How the experiment has changed. Actually getting to meet you, I can't do it long term. But another month or two and save up the money? Now that you're in on it, we won't be scared or hurt by it anymore. She smiled. That I can do. That we can both do. We can keep going like normal, take some more of their money, and then one of us can quit. The next month, the other can. How does that sound? I shrugged uncertainly. It made some sense, and once I had calmed down, I would probably make more. She gave my hand a squeeze. And when this is all over, I want to get to know you. I want to get to know you better. I feel like I've been playing a role, but for the most part, that's been me watching all this time. I think it's only fair I get to see more of you too. She blushed. Assuming you're interested in that. I felt my hand growing clammy in hers and my stomach fluttered. Well, I mean, yeah, I would really like that. Swallowing, I added, how long do we have to wait and see each other again? Melanie grinned at me. Work another month or so. Save what you can, and then quit. I'll wait another 2 or 3 weeks, then I'll do the same. And then? She looked up at the ceiling as she pondered for a moment. I was struck again by how beautiful she was. Even if she was a little different in person than I had imagined. 3 months from tonight, we'll meet right here. I'll come over and we can start getting to know each other better. How does that sound? Returning her smile, I nodded. That sounds great. When she left a couple minutes later, part of me hated to see her go, but another part was relieved. I was so exhausted, and while I was happy she was okay, we had finally met, I felt like the burned up wire in an old light bulb. I needed time alone. Time to think and calm down. And most of all, time to rest. I didn't really even remember falling asleep. When I woke up, I realized my alarm had been buzzing for over 30 minutes. I jumped up and raced to get my shift at work. As she had been leaving, Melanie had stressed again how we needed to act completely the same. That meant not freaking out, but it also meant not acting like everything was okay either. I suddenly showed no signs of being worried about her. That would tip them off too. I promised, and she left after a brief hug and kiss. Remembering that now, through the haze of my tenderness and the night before, it felt like a dream. But still, I went into the survey room with a much lighter heart. I didn't have to worry or feel guilty anymore about not helping her. And there was some satisfaction in finally pulling one over on the people that had tricked me for so long. Besides, in 3 months, I'd be done with this place and get to see Melanie again. In person, at least. Because I got to watch her on the video feed as soon as I came into work. She was asleep when I first got there. I found myself wondering if she was as tired as I still felt. When she woke up later and started reading a book, I found myself beginning to smile. I had to stop myself. I should still be worried acting. Not smiling like I had a crush. I had to do better so Melanie didn't get in trouble. An hour or so later, she started working on another of her paintings. Watching her work, I was amazed at how real it all looked. It's hard to see everything from my angle. I would have sworn she had paint on those brushes and was really painting whatever's on the canvas. I found myself feeling proud of her. She really was a great actress. Not only did I see her giving any clues that we had met or talked, but she really did seem different in the room that she had in my apartment. I suppose that was what she meant by playing a role. I was almost at the end of my shift, and while I hated to leave her, I had to admit that I was ready for more sleep. Trying to guard my reactions all day had been exhausting, and I was dreading the next few weeks. But then I realized she was done painting. I expected her to just go and do something else. But instead, she picked up the canvas at its edges and carefully walked it over to the sofa. Her body was blocking it at first, but then she stepped aside. It was a painting of a massive tree. The bark was a dark red with a huge twisting trunk that broke off into a dozen branches. Those branches were covered in leaves that were so deep green that they almost reminded me of storm clouds more than the top of a tree. Like all the paintings, I felt touched by it. Even now that Melanie had told me that she didn't paint them. The images themselves, combined with the colors and the small details, they really were amazing. Just like this one, if you look close enough, you can see that there were several small blackbirds in the branches of the tree. It was funny, but it almost looked like if they were, almost looked like they were made out of words. I felt my heart start to hammer as I forced myself to stay calm. No point in being silly. I knew it was all a game now, and I had to play my part just a little while longer. Still, the worried me that would want to know what the words said, so I might as well try to read them. I squinted, while following the birds, right to left, top to bottom. That girl isn't me. I looked away from the painting to see Rachel staring up at me. She looked terrified. Oh no.
Damn.
Getting good, getting good.
Yeah, it's getting good. Oh no.
That's something.
Mm-hmm.
Two more parts, two more parts.
Two more parts. Two more parts.
Where is the story so I can read the next part?
I should be.
Oh, you just read the screen share from that Seppi's doing.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Where is the screen share? Ah, there you go.
All
Yeah,
right.
that's what I've been doing.
Yeah. All right. Bump.
I'll put a better look. How's this?
Yeah, you can go like full screen, and then you can also like click on the stream itself to blow it up even further.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, where? How do I blow this up? Oh, there you go. Pop out. I had to do something, and I had to do it right now. If Melanie was somehow a fake, that meant they must have sent her. And if they sent her, that meant they knew. They knew about the messages in her painting. They knew about me asking questions. And they knew I didn't hit a button during any of it. I felt panic and fear crawling up my chest, making it hard to breathe. Standing up, I started pacing periodically, glancing back at the monitor to see if Rachel could help me. Tell me what I needed to do next. But she had laid down on her bed. It was hard to tell for sure with her back to the camera, but I think she was crying. No, I needed to fix this. Get her out of there. And if I didn't have a better plan, I'll just have to go with the one I already had. Feeling the hard eye of the ceiling camera on me. I went to the door and stepped back into the locker room. My phone was in my locker, and after messing up the combination the first time, I got the door open and got it out. Gripping it tightly, I tried to hold it to my side casually, but I knew there was little point. If they knew everything, I wasn't going to be able to hide anything. I just had to try and be fast. Get some kind of message out to the people that could help Rachel before they got to me. I opened the camera on the phone as I re-entered the surveillance room and hit record. I made a small beeping noise, and once I was sure it was recording, I turned the camera on myself. My name is Tommy. Thomas Calhoun, and my job is watching a woman trapped in a room. This is not a joke or a movie. Whatever. This is real. For 3 years, my job is to sit in this room. I moved the camera slowly around the room, taking in the door to the bathroom, the water cooler, desk with the monitors, keyboard and button box, and watch a video feed of a woman locked up in a bedroom somewhere. I stepped closer to the desk and made sure the monitor showing Rachel was clear and in focus. I didn't know this woman was a prisoner at first, or I tricked myself into thinking she wasn't because the money was good. Either way, I know she is now. She is in danger, and so am I. After lingering on the video of her for a few more seconds to make sure every detail could be seen, I turned the camera back on myself. I had to hurry, or the video might be too big to send quickly. I was trying to stay calm, but I felt myself tearing up as I went on, and I did my best to keep my words clear. Please, help her. I don't know where she is. I don't know who has her. Because I don't know who I really work for. But they are bad people, and she is not safe. All I know is that I work at building at Redacted, right outside of San Antonio. Per no sleep rules, to be clear, this address is not real. I only know the names of two other people connected to this place. The man who hired me, Mr. Solomon, and a man who might have a job like mine, Charlie Jeffers. No, Jeffries, I think. I don't know what. I don't know if they are real people. I mean, I don't know if that is their real names. Please, I'm not crazy. I know how this sounds. Just come here, see the room, figure out where she is, and help me. And I heard muffled sounds on the other side of the door opening in the locker rooms. And I frankly fumbled on the phone to stop the recording. How do I send? Oh no. How do I? There it is. I hit the button to share and felt a new panic rising. Who should I send it to? I only had a handful of contacts and I just selected them all. Maybe at least one of them will take it seriously and get help. As I heard the door of the surveillance room opening behind me, I hit send. No connected to data service or Wi-Fi. Please send again when connected. What? No, 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 no! I turned to see Mr. Solomon enter the room. He was flanked by two large men in dark suit that looked like bodyguards or something. Raising a finger, he wagged it at me. No service here, Thomas. But then you should never need servicing here, so long as you follow the rules. They took me easily. I tried to make it to the bathroom and close the door. The two guards stopped me and pulled me down. They put the, whatever you call it, zip ties on my hands and feet and pulled a black bag over my head. Then I was being carried out of the room, and it felt like it must have put me on the back of a van that was pulled right up to the building. I was laying on what felt like thin, weird-smelling carpet that covered a hard metal layer underneath. I heard someone get into the van with me, and I asked where we're going. If they would take me to let Rachel go. There was a short laugh overheard Mr. Solomon's voice as he told me that they would explain everything when we got where we were going. For now, he said, I needed to relax. It was a long drive, and I will need the rest. I went to say more, but then felt a sharp pain on my neck. They had stabbed me. Or, no, they injected me with something. I was feeling so strange now, but I had to stay away. I had to try to get away. I had to... Hello, Thomas. I blinked as I began looking around. My mouth was dry and my head hurt. But otherwise, I felt okay. I wasn't tied up anymore. Instead, I was laying back on a pedal table like I'd seen when I went to the doctor. But this wasn't a doctor's office. The room was large, and aside from the padded table, it held a small bed, a desk with a computer monitor on it, and a couple of chairs. Sitting in one of those chairs was Mr. Solomon. I raised up slowly, blinking at him. Where is she? Is Rachel okay? The man smiled. You really are something, Thomas, trying to be the hero, even if you don't quite know how. I respect that. Licking his lips, he leaned forward slightly. In fact, I respect that so much that I decided to start a new relationship with as much honesty as I'm allowed. Some of my colleagues disagree with this approach, but you know what? Fuck 'em. This is my project, and I think you deserve to know what's going on. Looking more serious, he stood up, lifting the gun he had holding casually in his lap. But before we get into the details, would you like to see Rachel? I slid off the table and nodded and caught myself from falling. My legs were still wobbly from whatever they had given me, but I barely noticed. Yes, please. Let me see her. The real her. Mr. Solomon gave a small laugh and gestured toward a nearby door. Yes, reality is always best. She's just there, in the next room. I stumbled my way forward, my legs getting better as I walked, and then I grabbed the doorknob. It turned easily. I expected the door to lead to her bedroom, but instead it opened another room, a lot like the one I had been in. Though the stuff in here was different. Strange machines filled the walls, and in the back of the room was a large aquarium? I don't know, it was a big cylinder, taller than I was, and it was filled with some kind of gray liquid. It was a shape in the liquid. Go ahead, Thomas. Feel free to go and have a good look. You earn it. I felt my stomach clenching tighter at Mr. Solomon's words and the meanness in them. My legs were moving out, and but it wasn't from the drugs from that time. Shuffling forward, I could see the shape of a person. Oh no, or at least the body, because it was clear from just looking at it that the person was dead. It was very well preserved, but I could see how the skin hung wrong and looked bloated in spots. Oh God. Oh no, no, no. Its hair, which has been floating like seaweed in front of its face, drifted away as I reached the glass, and I could see Rachel staring out at me. Murderer! I turned to Solomon and started to run towards him when he shot me. Suddenly, I was on the ground convulsing as he stepped closer. Don't worry, Thomas. I won't kill you. Just make you unable to move much for a bit. I heard some more footfalls as my body began to still. Get him up, take him back to the other room. I could barely feel anything as I was carried to the padded table, propped up into the sitting position. This time I was strapped down, but I guess it was more so I didn't fall off, because I couldn't move anything other than my head, and even that just a little. I could hardly see all from crying, but I recognized the blurry shape of Solomon sitting back in front of me. Before you ask, well, when you are able to ask anything again, yes, that is Rachel. Not a fake Rachel, not a dummy, not some kind of trick. As I said, the time of tricks is past. Now it's time for the truth. Frowning slightly, he went on. Thomas, I understand that showing you her body that way must have been very cruel. You may hate me for it right now. I would understand if you did. But you call me a murderer, and at least in this specific context, I think that's unfair. Because I didn't kill Rachel. In truth, it's been with this aspect of the project for only 7 years. He gestured back to the door behind him, and Rachel has been dead long over 8. I felt my eyes widen as I thought they belonged to someone else's body. It was more lies, more tricks, all of it. Oh God, it had to be. Do you know what remote viewing is? He rolled his eyes. Sorry, right, you can talk right now. I'll just assume you don't. Remote viewing is a broad term for the ability to see things that are far away from you physically, to know things you shouldn't be able to know through your normal 5 senses. Some describe it as a psychic ability. There are several scholars of thought as to how and why it works. His eyes fixed on mine intently. Because it does work, Thomas. Various governments and private organizations have studied it for a long time. And while publicly it is always ridiculed as pseudoscience and foolish superstition, the reality is that some people have the innate ability that means that it comes naturally to somehow see other places. Rachel was one of those people. She came into the program when she was 17, having been identified via a front-facing screening process that was run as a psychological test that pays subjects well at a time when Rachel was looking to make some money. 3 months after being identified as a good candidate, she was taken, and after the initial adjustment period, she became a largely compliant asset that quickly rose to the top of our talent pool. Solomon folded his hands on his knee. I know you care for her, Thomas, so I think it is worth sharing. Rachel was never treated badly, other than her confinement and the occasional test that was mildly unpleasant. No, we all treasure her. She was enormously talented. That was that's just not just as a remote viewer, but as an artist. That's how she would convey what she saw. You understand? She would enter into an almost trance-like state when she painted, and when she was done, she would have given us a painting of image and words that provided well, and it was very valuable information. He chuckled. If you ever wondered, that's why there was always such care on the paintings, were never shown to the camera. Picking at his pants, he went on. Rachel was so talented that when she was selected for a new program that we thought might greatly enhance or alter her ability. We introduced something foreign into her body. At first, it didn't seem to change. If anything, the accuracy of her remote viewing was declining, which was a problem for us, for her. But then we realized that we were reading the new paintings wrong. She was able to see more clearly than ever. She was just no longer bound to only current events. Now her sight transcended time. He paused and realized he was enjoying telling the story. The bastard was having a good time, pausing to make it look more dramatic. I will fucking kill him. While this made some of her paintings less immediately useful, they became much more valuable as we were able to decipher them. For a time, it looked as they thought everything was working better than we had ever hoped. His lips thinned, and then, one day, she showed a painting to the camera. It said, "Please help me, Thomas." This immediately sent up all kinds of red flags. She knew not to show paintings to the camera. Now she was trying to communicate with someone. We didn't disrupt her routine, but as intensive investigation began into, she was talking to. Was it one of her handlers? One of the technicians? Someone from her past life? But nothing checked out. Leaning back in his chair, a look of pride grew on Solomon's face as he continued. I was the one that was first suggested the idea that she was, unintentionally or not, knowingly or not, seeing and talking to someone in the future. I was still an outside consultant at the time, but by that point, we had more strange behaviors from her, including the second message painting. That girl isn't me. My theory made some sense, but it very quickly ran into a greater obstacle. The introduction of the foreign material had not been as seamless as we had hoped. Despite her being stable for almost 3 years since it was implanted, whether it was due to her increasing emotional upset and stress, or simply the passage of time, she suddenly began to deteriorate. Her work became more erratic and hard to understand as her body began to decline. We were monitoring her health closely, but it didn't matter. 5 days later, she painted "The Girl Isn't Me." She suddenly went into cardiac arrest and died. Somewhat inexplicably, we were unable to resuscitate her. The mind decided this was a great loss, and it required adjustments of my theory. Based on everything we knew, it still made sense that she was talking to someone. Someone with access to the camera feed, and very likely someone named Thomas. If Thomas was viewing the camera footage in the future, as I believe, then he must be working for us in the future. He gave me a thin smile, and whether you believe that the future set in stone or not, I'm all for giving it a helping hand. 7 years ago, I began the Thomas Project. Over the course of that time, I have overseen the screening and hiring of 43 men named Thomas at several different sites, all with one very specific job: to watch the videos of Rachel from just before her implant to the time of her death. I tried to speak, but my mouth still wouldn't work. I wanted to say he was lying, that I didn't, but that it didn't make any sense. That it was another trick, but I think I wanted to hear it more for myself, because I didn't think he was lying. I don't think it was a trick, and I thought I was starting to understand. The point wasn't really them watching the videos, of course. It was how they reacted to watching the videos, what they did, and how they matched up with what Rachel had done in response in the past. 13% quit on the first day. 38% hit either the red or the green button after the first message, asking for help and saying their name. 22% attempted to contact the authorities before reaching the stage where Melanie was introduced. He shook his head slightly. I wish I could take credit for her introduction, but it wasn't my suggestion. We assume from the "that girl isn't me" message that there was a double Rachel introduced to you at some point. Perhaps to kill you, or to dissuade you, or find out what you knew. But it took a few tries until we felt it was well refined. And as I've pointed out, only 27% made it that far. All of them failed the next test. He pointed at me. Her name. You see, the girl you've been watching, the talented, wonderful girl whose body is preserved in the next room, her name is her name was Rachel Donovan. I had always wondered if Rachel was merely seeing you, or if there was some kind of connection between the two of you. When you called Melanie Rachel, I knew it was that we had finally found the right Thomas. That distant point of light that our Rachel was looking at across space and time. I swallowed thickly and I found I could feel my tongue, if only a little, slurring badly. I pushed out a single word. Why? Solomon looked surprised. I had thought that you'd be clear right now. You're our only remaining link to one of our greatest treasures. Perhaps you have a similar ability, or it may be that she forged the link purely on her own talent and will. But either way, you are important, and you have more work to do. He stood up and moved over to the table, where he turned the monitor. As it came to life, I saw it was a frozen image of Rachel's room. I take pause where I had left it off watching. Turning back to me, the man looked solemn. You have to watch the rest of it, because Rachel painted more pictures before she died, and we have to know what they mean. And that was the part before the end. Wait a minute. You have to watch the rest of it because Rachel painted. That's a link. There's a video.
Oh no, it just
Well, yeah, he just brings it up to his own like
page.
Reddit page.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that was a video. Oh.
Yeah, no, he has
I wish
them
there was, like,
linked
some
at
simple
all
material.
the. Yeah.
That would be good. Like an ARG if they did that.
All
I
right.
actually do remember a thing like that.
Do you
Way
mean
back when I was,
like the Halo ARG, the honeybee?
No, I remember watching like Nightmind and remember there was a video about just a girl
Slenderman?
trapped in a room.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, those Night
think
Mind videos, they're awesome.
All right. Last
Now-
part.
You
Back
can
to
do
our
it.
host.
Yes. I spent the next 5 days watching Rachel die. From the outside, just watching the monitor, it didn't seem that different than what I had been watching for the past 3 years. Rachel slept, she watched TV, she read, and she painted. But there were signs if you were looking for them. She seemed tired and tense and had taken to sleeping more, and occasionally, just every once in a while, she would glance up at the camera, at me. It was then I could see the fear and sadness in her eyes. Inside I felt like a burnt-out house collapsing in on itself. At first I refused to watch, to do anything they wanted me to do. Solomon didn't get mad at me, but just shrugged. He said while cooperation was preferred and could go a long way toward making my stay with them more comfortable, it wasn't required. If he was right, Solomon said with a thin smile, things would play out as they were meant to, regardless of what I wanted or thought I chose. Either way, he added the video was about to start back playing, and would not stop for another 5 days. Whether I wanted to spend that time getting to see her again was entirely up to me. I tried to not watch, but a part of me knew from the start I was going to. Maybe I would find some clue that they were lying about her being dead, or Rachel could give me some advice or warning about what I needed to do next. I didn't know. What I did know is that I couldn't miss the chance to see her again. And despite knowing my heart that she was dead and everything on the video had happened a long time ago, I still felt that by watching, I was with her somehow. She'd been taken away from everything she knew when she was barely grown, trapped for years just for being special. experimented on, treated like property, kept from ever having friends or family or a life. And yet through all that, she was still beautiful. Not just on the outside, but on the inside too. I'd spent years watching her, getting to know her in 1,000 tiny ways, so few people ever truly know each other. I'd seen her kindness and grace in her actions, even when she was fighting against the people holding her. I had watched her strength when she woke up, day after day, in her prison and never gave up. I saw the beauty of her soul in her paintings, full of swirling colors and, what's the word? Wonder. She was able to paint these things, and she saw with such care and love, despite living in a world that had abandoned her so completely. Well, I wasn't abandoning her. I would watch every bit of the video that I could manage, try to burn into my memory every frame of her I saw, not for them and their stupid project, but for me and for her. I may have not much left to do in my life before they lock me away somewhere or kill me, but I could do this one last thing. Rachel wouldn't die alone. I watched nearly all of it, stopping only to eat quickly and use the bathroom until the last 2 days. I would ask the guards to pause it, but they would only shake their heads and say Solomon said it had to play normally until it was finished. By the 4th day, I was in a stupor. I'd already dozed some of the first 3 days, but when I woke up on the 4th day, I could tell a few hours had passed. There were 2 trays of food in the bed. One breakfast and another lunch. I looked back at the screen in a panic, worrying I had missed something, but Rachel seemed to be just waking up too. I noticed her putting her hands to her stomach as she got out of bed and felt my own stomach twist. She was already hurting. Rachel glanced at the camera and tried to smile before moving to set up a new canvas for painting. This was the second of the 3 paintings she did in those last days. The first had been the inside of an old-fashioned movie theater from the viewpoint of someone sitting in the back row. On the movie screen was just the image of a sledgehammer propped against a brick wall. I didn't understand what it meant, and I found myself scanning the picture for some message or other clue. Eventually I found what might be one, though I didn't understand it either. Rachel must have come to understand that they knew what she was doing with the paintings and didn't want to stop her, because of the last 3 she set up much closer to the camera. I was still squinting and studying the paintings closely when I realized the flipped-up seats in the next row up had brass number plates along the front edge of the seats. Though they were upside down from the viewpoint of the painting, the angle was good enough that once I noticed them, I was able to read them. 2:43. 26:89. I didn't understand any of it, but I had committed it all to memory, focusing all my attention on the painting until she finally took it away. Even that early on, I could tell painting was taking a lot out of her now. And like I had for so long, I found myself talking to her, telling her to go rest before I remembered her body in the next room. I almost stopped then, but no. Maybe she couldn't tell I was talking to her, or maybe she could. Either way, me talking to her couldn't hurt, and it made me feel a little less lonely and sad as I watched her. The second painting, the one she stared at after I woke up from falling asleep for a few hours, was stranger than the rest. It looked like it was a room with curved walls made of tree roots. In the center of the room was a little table made out of the same stuff. Some of the roots around the room were a deep red, but other parts, including the table thing, looked burned and black. I looked closer and saw that I could see a person's shadow over the table, hands holding some long, oval-shaped bundle. I studied it for a long time, going over it again and again. In my mind, after she took it away, I couldn't make any sense of it, any of it. I wasn't smart enough, and I was failing her. Rachel slept for a long time after that painting. Then she got up on the 5th day, her last day, and immediately started working again. This time she was painting faster, and while I saw her wince occasionally, she never lost her look of determination as she slashed lines and colors across the canvas. When she was done, Rachel picked up the painting and turned it toward the camera, giving me a small, tired smile as she was blocked from view. It was looking out from the front porch of a house somewhere. It was out in the country, and the morning view of the yard and the land beyond were wonderful, but Closer up, the painting was of two hands, holding on to each other tightly. Their interlocked fingers seemed to glow red and orange in the light of the rising sun. I found myself crying as I looked at it. Part of it was because I didn't know what it meant, and I felt a growing sense of desperation at the thought that Rachel's last works might be wasted on me. Part was because I knew it had been 5 days, and I could sense I was close to the end, to her end. But there was something more to it than all that, too. The last painting, even with everything else in my head and my heart pulling me down, gave me hope. Hope of what? I didn't know. But I started to think that maybe the only message Rachel had for me in the last painting was that somehow, somewhere, everything would be okay. Outside the edge of the painting, I could see motion in the room, people hurriedly coming in with some kind of medical equipment, and then the monitor went black. "You've done very well, Thomas. Very, very well. For the last 5 days of video, we had charted 1,047 micro variations in Rachel's behavior that we believe might have corresponded to your behavior, your reactions, and your emotional states while watching the video. Like before, the two of you remained in sync as though you were in the same room. Really is remarkable." I sat staring at Solomon. I listened to what he said, but I didn't care. I just wanted it over. Whatever this was, I just wanted it over. Clearing his throat, he went on. "That's why we've decided to move the implant from Rachel's body to your own. That's one of the many reasons we've preserved her so. The foreign body was still showing signs of life after all this time, but just barely, and we were afraid to attempt removal. Our hope is that, given your connection to Rachel, it will accept you, perhaps even thrive in you more than it ever did our girl." I was suddenly on my feet, and it was the raising of Solomon's gun that stopped me from attacking him. "Don't you fucking talk about her like that. Like any of you gave a shit about her, I'll fucking kill you." Solomon's face darkened slightly as his lips thinned. "No, you won't. But if idle threats make you feel better, go ahead. It will only make things harder, not easier." Feeling a stab of panic fear, I sat back down. "What is this thing you're going to put in me?" The man looked at me for several seconds before responding. "I'm tempted not to tell you after your stupid and, frankly, hurtful outburst. But I'll be the bigger person." Letting out a small sigh, he went on. "Thomas, somewhere there is a tree, a very special tree. We suspect it is the same tree that Rachel painted for you that time, though we cannot say for sure, as we have never been able to find it. It is either hidden away very well, or it is able to hide itself from those it wishes." I just looked at him, trying to kill him by just wanting it to be so. In any case, we have the next best thing, an ancient clipping from the tree, secured at a great cost and a sacrifice, and studied for a long time without much success. We have, however, in recent years been given advice that this clipping could be grown in the right soil. We thought that soil was Rachel, but while it did develop further inside of her, she died before the necessary growth was finished. Leaning forward, he smiled at me. "We have it on fairly good authority, however, that you might succeed where she failed." I fought them when they came, but it didn't matter. I woke up sometime later with a dull ache in my chest and a small, already healing scar on my upper stomach. I didn't really feel that different, other than that little bit of pain. But I knew that would change with time. Maybe I had more time than Rachel. Or maybe I had less. It didn't matter. Wait, what was that? There was some kind of soft voice coming from where? It wasn't in the room, it was in my head. I felt a thrill of excitement. Maybe this was Rachel's voice, and she somehow stayed in the tree thing, and they had put inside me? But no, I had never heard Rachel's voice, but I sensed this wasn't it. The voice was too delicate to really be heard or understood, and it reminded me of music coming from a distant room that you felt in the back of your mind without realizing it. It was a melody, a kind of song, but it wasn't Rachel's song. I realized with a shiver that it was the song of the thing inside of me. At first I was afraid, but that didn't last long. It wasn't trying to hurt me. It was trapped here just like I was. But started to sing. It was time for us to be free. I stood up and walked to the door, and as I did so, the lights went out. The door in front of me clicked, and when I reached out and turned the knob in the dark, it opened easily. How was this possible? And if it could do this, why hadn't it helped Rachel get out? There was no answer, but there was also no time. I could already hear boots around the corner as the glow from the flashlights began to light up the far end of the hall. They would drag me back in there, chain me up, or take this thing back out of me before we could get away. If I was ever going to get out, it had to be now. The voice was singing again, pushing me to go further into the dark, to run until we were safe. So I listened, and I ran. Every door unlocked for me. Every turn kept me barely out of sight. The people looking for me were barking orders over a radio, asking someone what was the holdup on the generator kicking on. Whatever the response, the hallway stayed dark as I drifted through them, blind but not falling, lost but not being found. When I reached the final door, I opened it into a bright afternoon. My lungs burned a little at the first fresh, unrecycled air I had breathed in a week. Blinking, I waited for the voice to tell me where to go, but it had fallen silent. I closed the door as panic began to rise in my chest. All this, and I would get caught because I didn't know where to go. I was outside, a plain brown building. It was in the middle of nowhere. There was a road going off to the right, and to the left there was Rachel's forest, from her first painting to me. I knew it was the same forest immediately, and not just because of it matching the painting so closely. I had some strange sense that it felt like a kind of magnetism, or how birds know which way to fly. Looking around for a second, I felt like I was being pulled when I looked again at those woods. This was right. Somehow I knew this was the way I needed to go. So I went. I had made it to the edge of the forest when I heard the noise of men coming outside the building. I thought about hiding, but I knew it was a bad idea. They would just catch me, and I felt a drive to go deeper into the woods. I plunged ahead, running at a close and a reckless speed, but they never tripping or stumbling as I went. I would occasionally hear a noise behind me as they spread out to search, but the sounds grew fainter as I ran. I almost thought I had lost them for good when I heard a short cough that was quickly muffled off to my left. Someone had gotten close without me knowing it. Panicking, I looked for any places I could hide. There were only bushes and trees, and over there, a well. Not just a well, but Rachel's well. It was the same worn gray stone walls, capped with a weathered wooden lid. I felt a moment of happy recognition, but then it faded away. How did that help? They'd check the well if they found it. I didn't have a way to get down it without getting hurt or stuck, and the idea struck me. Crouching low and staying to the brush, I moved to the well, gingerly pushed on the lid. At first it resisted, but when I pushed a bit harder, the wooden circle slid aside enough so that you could clearly see someone moved it. Glancing around, I eased back into the bushes as I heard soft footfalls approaching. We need to check this out. You think he went down the well? Better hope not. He probably broke his neck if he did, and then it's our asses. I could see the two men approaching. Both of them were wearing dark body armor and carried assault rifles. The older of the two shrugged back at the other one. Better than he was hiding in there, and we didn't check. Looking irritated, the younger man nodded. I'll look. He went over to the well and shoved the wooden lid aside, causing it to clatter to the ground, hitting a button on his rifle. A flashlight sprang to life on the barrel. It started to shine down into the well as the other continued to look in every direction. I was worried he would see me if I moved, but I couldn't wait. I just had to stay calm. Think slow and move fast. I kept expecting to hear them yell or feel something or someone strike me in the back, but nothing came. As the afternoon light began to dim, I saw the trees thinning ahead. I was approaching the road. It looked like a normal public road, too, with several cars passing one way or the other as I walked out of the forest and up the hill to the asphalt. This idea of hitchhiking, especially this close to where they held me, was frightening, but I saw little choice. I was wearing sweatpants and a t-shirt they had given me, and my own shoes, but I had no money or ID or phone. My only chance was to get far enough away that I could try and get help. I jumped slightly at the hiss of a hydraulic brakes as a large semi rolled to a stop next to me. The passenger window rolled down, and an older man with white hair and a graying mustache leaned over and peered down at me. "You look lost, son. You need a ride?" I looked down at the door of the truck. It had a logo that said, Martinez and Sons Construction and Hauling. Below it was a cartoon man hitting a wall with a sledgehammer. Looking back up, I smiled at him. Yes, sir, I do. I woke up 5 hours later as we pulled into a truck stop somewhere in Nevada. I had planned on staying awake the entire trip, but that had only lasted a few minutes before exhaustion overtook me. I glanced over at Oliver Martinez, and he gave me a toothy grin. I'm tired, but you were plumb tuckered out. I gotta fuel up, shower, and get some grub. I'm going on California after that. If you want to ride further, just be back here in an hour. Sound good? I nodded and then thanked him again for the ride as I got out. I felt groggy from sleeping, but otherwise okay. I just needed to decide whether this was a good spot to ask for help, or if I should ride with Martinez further. He seemed like a very nice guy, and he would probably try to get help if he could, but I wanted to avoid putting more people in danger if I could help it. Looking around, I saw we were in a fairly nice little town. I decided I would go look around for a few minutes and then decide what to do. I was only 3 blocks down the street when I saw the flickering lights in the distance. It was a movie theater. As I got closer, I felt my chest tightening. It was the one from Rachel's painting. Hey there, welcome to Phoenix. The guy standing at the candy counter of the theater looked a little younger than me, and while he seemed friendly enough, he also looked slightly concerned. If you're in here for the horror double feature, I'm afraid the second movie is about 30 minutes in. I can give you a half rate if you want to see it, though. I shook my head and I tried not to look as strange and crazy as I felt. No, that's okay. I recognize this place from a picture of a friend of mine painted, so I came to ask if you knew anything about her. He raised his eyebrows and shrugged. Okay, weird. He smiled and added, weird but interesting. Who is she? I swallowed. Her name is... Well, it was Rachel Donovan. I expected him to look surprised or excited or angry, but I could see right away that the name meant nothing to him. Shaking his head, he shrugged again. Sorry, that doesn't ring a bell. I'd say you could ask the owner, but he's on vacation this week. Nodding, I searched my mind for something else to ask. Some way to make this place matter the way her other paintings had. Is there anything unique about this place, then? The history or something? The man grinned. Buddy, you are clearly not from here. This place is super boring. Not just the theater, but the whole town. Frowning in the thought, he added, the only thing I know about the history of this place is that there used to be a house here that burnt down. This was like in the 1920s or 30s, when this wasn't even a part of town. Couldn't tell you the first thing about it beyond that, but I still bet it's the most interesting thing that's ever happened here. I let out a disappointed sigh. Okay, well, thanks. I turned to leave when the guy called out again. Hey man, sorry I couldn't help more. If you come back, I'll get you a discount on a movie. Half off. If I'm not working, tell them Marshall said it was okay. I waved and tried to smile as I headed for the door with a heavy heart. Why did you leave me here, Rachel? What's here that will help? I was outside again, staring up at the theater's bright blinking signs as though they were going to give me some kind of secret signal, when I noticed movement out of the corner of my eye. There was an alley that ran along the theater and went behind it to something. Whatever was back there, the light of a distant security lamp cast shadows along the wall of the alley, and those shadows were moving. Instead of feeling afraid, I just felt excited as I stared down the alley. Rachel had led me here, and I just had to trust that there was a reason for it. I kept looking until the shadows were made by leaves blowing and some wind I couldn't feel. As I got to the far end of the alley, I saw there was a small black yard behind the theater surrounded by a chain-link fence, and on the other side of that fence was the tree from Rachel's painting, with its deep red twisting bark and foam of green leaves waving to and fro in the night air. I felt a surge of warmth in my chest, and the distant singing began again. This was the place, the special tree that could not be found unless it wanted you to find it. It sat at the edge of a small town overgrown lot surrounded on all sides by buildings and yards, somehow forgotten when whatever this land had once been was divided up, and despite its location, I had a strong sense that it was the first to see it in a very long time. Climbing the fence, I felt a jagged wire dig into my leg and ripped my pants as I fell over the top. I was bleeding a little, but I hardly noticed. I could smell the tree now, and it was rich, good smell unlike any I had smelled before. Reaching out to it, I felt the singing grow louder as I touched it. I felt stronger and less afraid then, and when I saw the light opening up at its roots, I didn't tremble. I smiled. There was a hidden tunnel under the tree, a tunnel filled with sweet-smelling air that was like the tree smell, but also different. And the tunnel wasn't that dark, no, not at all. It glowed with its own golden light that called to me, urged me forward. Rain was beginning to fall as I looked around to the dark lot. I had thought that I was leaving this world behind, and I found I didn't mind that much at all. The tunnel had continued to grow, slanting down gently and tall enough that I walked in without stooping. The roots of the tree went on and on, woven through the dirt walls as I went deeper. I looked back and saw the tunnel had closed behind me, but I wasn't surprised. The way forward was the only way that mattered. I walked for what might have been hours, but I never felt tired or hungry, and I never worried I was lost, though I had no idea where I was or where I was going. Still, I felt a surge of happiness and excitement when I turned a corner and saw something in the tunnel ahead. As I got closer, I realized it was a brick wall. But just as I began to think I had found a dead end, the wall faded away, revealing a dark room. I paused at the edge of the tunnel, looking out at the floor of what looked like a basement. It was empty, but the light from the tree, I could make out something scratched into the floor. It was the number 2. I felt my pulse quicken as I thought back to Rachel's painting with the theater seats, and then I stepped into the room. It was an empty basement of a house, and as I went up the stairs and opened the door, I saw the rest of the house was empty as well. No lights were on, but the bright sunlight poured in through every window, and in the distance I could hear what sounded like small waves crashing on a beach. I wanted to go out and see where I was, but I forced myself to check the house first for any people or clues. But there were none. The house was utterly bare of any sign of people other than the number scratched into the floor below. My nose tingled with salty air as I stepped outside. The house was near the beach on what I soon figured out was a small deserted island, and I realized with a little surprise that I recognized the house from Rachel's painting. I stepped off the porch. I saw no signs of people, but I wasn't entirely alone, because sitting some distance from the house was the tree. I knew it couldn't be the same tree as the abandoned lot, but at the same time I knew that it was. Or at least a different part of the same tree that had made the tunnels and appeared in my old world and whatever place this was. Because I had started having that thought as soon as I stepped out of the house, I didn't think this was my world. Not exactly. I could see a larger island some distance away, and it might have people on it. Hotels and cars and planes, or it might not, as those things might not exist here. Either way, my newfound intuition was growing stronger, and I could tell that what was it called? The con? No, the texture of the thing was different somehow, if only a little. Not bad or scary, just different. Still, after a couple of hours exploring the island and checking the house, I began to feel terribly lonely. Even with the tree nearby, I decided to go back into the tunnel and keep going. The basement wall faded away as I walked up to it, and I entered the tunnels again. It was only a short time that I found my second version of the house, much like the first. The wall faded away into the basement, but this one was far from empty. It was a workshop of some kind, full of tools I wasn't familiar with. I glanced down and saw 43 scratched onto the floor. Who was doing that? And why? I was going to explore the house, more carefully this time, as it looked like there were people here. But then I froze. Propped against the brick wall next to a small stack of boards was a sledgehammer. Trying to be quiet, I crept over and picked it up before heading back into the tunnel. When I was little, before Daddy died, he had loved to hunt. I had never went with him and didn't remember much of what he hunted, but I do know he had an old hound he had since before I was born. The dog had only loved him. Well, him and being on the trail of something. When Rocker, his name was Rockefeller, got a scent, it was like he was in a trance. He would go and go this way and that and to look at him. It looked like he was having a fit, both lost and certain at the same time, but whatever Rocker knew or didn't know, he always found what he was looking for. I felt like Rocker now. I was moving faster and faster as I went down this turn and that. I felt like I was going on the trail of something or traveling on memories I didn't have. Gripping the sledgehammer tightly, I could hear the rising hum of the distant music in my head as I turned the last corner, and then it fell silent. There was another brick wall. And as I approached, it fell away. It was another basement room, but this one was much smaller and contained a table with a clothes chest and an old metal bed that had been broken apart. At the far brick wall, a woman was using one of the metal legs from the bed to attack the wall and whatever lay behind it. I felt my head began to swim as I looked at her from behind, and as she turned to look at me, my eyes wide with surprise and fear. I felt the sledgehammer slip from my grip as I stumbled back against the now solid wall. I could barely breathe at all, but I managed to get out a single word. Rachel? The woman looked at me. Her expression was less fearful, but still guarded. She had a bed leg partially raised and warning. Yeah, do I know you? It was her, but it wasn't much. Much like the tree on the island, this Rachel looked a few years older, and while she looked stressed and confused at the moment, her eyes didn't seem weighted down by the same quiet sadness I had come to recognize watching the other Rachel for all that time. Still, I didn't know how to answer her question, and not to sound creepy or crazy. I stared at her for a second, floundering, when she asked another. You came out of the tree tunnel, right? I nodded, grateful for something I could answer easily. Studying me, she said, Where did you come from? Before the tunnel, I mean. I flushed as I tried to think of the right words. Well, came from Texas, originally, I mean. She grinned at me for a second before catching herself and trying to look serious again. Yeah, okay, but, do you know how the tree works? How did you find out about the tunnel? How did you get here? Sighing, I rubbed my head and just stared into it. Look, I know this will all sound crazy, but I had a job watching a woman trapped in a room. That woman was you, or another version of you, and she asked me for help, and I couldn't help her, and then they took me. And I found out she had been dead for a long time, but could see me in the future, and they put something from the tree in me that had been in her that killed her, and I escaped, and then I figured out where to go to find the tree from these things that she had painted, and somehow I knew how to go into the tunnels to find different spots, and I'm pretty sure the tunnels led to different worlds, and I got the sledgehammer, and then I... Hold up. God damn. Take a breath. You're gonna pass out. She was smiling again. This time she didn't try to hide it. She looked over what was left of the bed to where the sledgehammer was laying on the floor. And did you say sledgehammer? Whack. So yeah, I believe you. Whack. I'd been in those tunnels too. My ex-boyfriend tricked me into moving here so he could tie me to the tree in his place. Whack. Well, not tie me to the tree, literally. Take his place as what? The tree's buddy or something? I really don't know. It's all pretty fucked up and I don't understand all of it. Whack. But what I do understand is that fucker walled me up in here. First I thought I could just pry loose some bricks over time, but nope. He put a layer of concrete on the outside this time. Good old Phil, or Justin, or whatever. I mainly think of him as fuckface now. Whack. This is taking forever. I stepped up and put my hand on the sledgehammer. Let me do it for a bit. We can take turns. We had cleared away even more brick than she had already managed, but the concrete wall was only starting to show small cracks. I wanted to just keep looking at her, have her talk to me, but I knew she was tired. She nodded reluctantly and let go of the hammer. Before I swung, I looked back at her. How long have you been here like this? Whack. Rachel scowled. It's hard to say for sure, but I think about 8 months. I let the hammer drop down again as my eyes widened. How did you survive all that time? Her scowl deepened. It's the tree. It won't let me die. I just dip into the tunnel every day for a bit, and I never get that hungry or thirsty. A thought occurred to me. Why didn't you just escape through the tunnels? She quickly shook her head. No, thank you. I have had enough of seeing other worlds. Some of them aren't so nice. And I don't want to be more than tied to the tree than I already am. I just want out of here. Into my own world, and then I can try and figure out how to get free of my connection to the tree for good. Rachel shrugged. I would have done it eventually with the stupid bed parts, but who knows how long it would have taken. She smiled again. I'm very happy you came to help and brought the sledgehammer with you. Returning her smile, I nodded as I lifted the hammer again. Me too. Whack. We were both wringing with sweat when we crawled through the hole we made in the outer wall. Rachel told me that she thought her ex-boyfriend was long gone, but she couldn't be sure, so we had to be careful. Grabbing the sledgehammer from inside the room, we made our way toward the stairs. The house was decorated but quiet, and we saw no sign of anyone as we walked into the front door and it opened. Outside, the sun was coming up on a new day. As we walked out into the porch, I jumped a little as Rachel took my hand and gave it a little squeeze. I looked over at her. I hadn't been able to help the other Rachel, but maybe that had never been the point at all, because I thought now she had been able to see more than just other places or the future. She had been able to see into other worlds and possibilities. Like this one, where another version of her was trapped and needed help. A place where I wouldn't be hunted and she could be free. In the end, even when she knew she was dying, Rachel had been determined to help us be together and happy. The morning sun painted beautiful colors on Rachel's face. And looking into her eyes, I saw how much she was like the woman I had watched and cared about and tried to save. The woman who in the end had saved me instead. I wanted to tell Rachel so many things, ask her so many questions, but all that could come later. Squeezing her hand back, I walked with her away from the house. For now, this was enough.
Yeah, that was like 3 parts all in itself.
Yeah, seriously. Oh, well then.
That was ambitious.
Yeah.
Feels like you lost the plot a little bit at this final part.
Yeah, a little
But
bit.
it wasn't bad.
Yeah. Oh. Alright, I think we will call it here then. Hoo
It's fine by
boy. Alright,
This
thank you
felt
all.
like an SCP.
Anyway, thank you all so much for coming out. Let's see who we can raid real quick.
Thank you very much for having me today.
Yeah, no problem.
Now I'm gonna
Let's
do my own
see.
stuff right now. I just wanted to be in here so I could show support to you as well.
Hell yeah. Let's go ahead and... Oh, stop that.
By the way, I have a question for all of you. I don't know if you might be interested. Have any of you gotten the game Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Shredder's Revenge?
Not yet.
No?
What about 7 Days to Die?
I have it. I haven't played it though.
I think
I'm actually looking for people to play with. I don't know if anybody would like, so we can do maybe a call up sometime next week or the week after that.
Maybe. My schedule's filled up for the rest of October. Anyway, we are going to throw it over to Wheelie Kid. He is currently playing Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. So we're gonna go and raid him. Thank you all. Oh, whoops. That is not how I do that.
Raid slash.
Fucking,
I said
Alright.
slash array.
There we go. Alright, thank you all so much for coming out. Man, these stories took a wild turn of events, didn't they? Anyway, as always,
Goodbye,
All over the
Stay
place,
everybody.
but I
frosty.
enjoyed myself.
hell yeah.
Same here.
Why am I sideways?